$99.
$4.99 is not bad for an entire entertainment system, but I mean, for me, I'm out of school. I'm trying to get me a new job and stuff like that. So I mean, I wish it were just a little less expensive. I usually wait like a year or two before, and then wait for the system to come down in price before I pick something up. And then there's a lot more titles that are out for it, and then I have a lot more stuff to play.
A winning game plan for the smart shopper. At the E3 convention in downtown LA, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
The LA Tourism Board predicts the E3 conference will help bring another record year for LA tourism. Last year, over 41 million tourists visited the city of Los Angeles. From a huge conference to one a bit more modest, focused on helping mom-and-pop businesses on the city's east side thrive. As Anna Marcos explains, Red Devils and Mexican snow cones numbered among the business marketing strategies.
This mom-and-pop shop is closed, but when it's open, people often line up for an hour to get a taste of Raspados Don Manuel. The snow cones, syrups, flavors, and creams are homemade Mexican style. The owners showed off their little trademark logo, a red devil, at the Small Business Expo in Boyle Heights, hoping it will help them grow their business.
How do I get more people to know about us?
What I would say with this logo here, it probably needs a little bit more refinement as far as getting to a perfect state of a logo so that they're able to use it on all kinds of different merchandising.
Some people are just looking to start a company. Some people are very established, and then there are others who are looking to expand.
The Small Business Expo gives small merchants marketing ideas, business strategies, and access to capital and the banks that have it. Councilmember Jose Huizar helped kick off the event.
We have a lot of small mom-and-pop shops, as we call them, and oftentimes they're fending on their own, and they're just making it. And we know that they are the backbone of our economy in some of these smaller neighborhoods. And in fact, small businesses are the backbone of the economy in the United States.
We also know that a community must have strong small businesses to thrive and be successful. And we know one of the very best ways to do that is to continue to support our small businesses and provide credit into our communities.
And it's a community that's growing stronger. In fact, according to Councilmember Huizar's office, Boyle Heights and the East Side have seen about $2 billion in projects and improvements over the last 3 years.
Every major commercial corridor on the East Side in my district is getting some support. From First Street in Boyle Heights, we're creating an arts district that's bringing not only the arts to the area, but supporting local small businesses. Huntington Drive, we've invested about $1 million in public infrastructure improvements. Colorado Boulevard, we have a plan called Taking Back the Boulevard, where we're working to improve that corridor for pedestrian activity.
This event provides the extra support for all those merchants helping to bring back the community. And we get a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of this little red devil. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
Businesses and agencies taking part in the Small Business Expo included U.S. Bank, Wells Fargo, Southern California Edison Federal Credit Union, and the Valley Economic Development Corporation. And speaking of helping local businesses thrive, the city's Department of Water and Power is doing its part to help businesses cut down on waste by helping them become more energy efficient. Rasha Goel takes us to one business that's taking full advantage of these green programs.
New lights, new benefits. Supermercado Latino is one of the first small businesses in Los Angeles to be part of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's Small Business Direct Install Energy Efficiency Program, a program that will contribute towards making Los Angeles a greener and energy efficient city.
We've quadrupled our use of renewable energy. We went from 3% to 20% renewables. We're cleaning the air at the nation's port, a 90% reduction in emissions from trucks.
Through the program, small businesses receive retrofits to help reduce energy use.
There's a lot of old fluorescent lighting. There's small fixtures that are incandescent still, halogen lights. Those are all covered by the program. We'll see those opportunities and swap them out with high-performing fluorescent fixtures. We're replacing high-flush toilets with low-flush toilets. high-efficiency toilets.
For small businesses, this program is a winning situation. They receive free retrofits, reduce their utility bills, and contribute to energy efficiency in the city. Supermercado Latino manager Brad Min says that retrofitting the lights has been beneficial for his business.
There's no cost to us, and also it provides better light quality and makes our store brighter, making a better environment for our customers and employees. And most importantly, they will be saving, I think, over $200 a month. That adds up a lot of money.
A little saving that goes a long way. In Los Angeles, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
Officials say Supermercado Latino will save about 44% on its utility bills from its LA DWP retrofit. Outgoing City Councilman Bill Rosendahl was recently the subject of a roast thrown by the LA Press Club. Anita Bennett reports no subject was off limits as the council member's friends and colleagues give the councilman a well-deserved send-off.
Politics and pot were on the menu at the Los Angeles Press Club roast of City Councilman Bill Rosendahl. The event was recently held at the Press Club's Hollywood headquarters.
Bill talks a lot about his use of medical marijuana to help with the pain caused by his cancer. Now, Bill's taken marijuana way before he had cancer.
Rosendahl, who's retiring, took center stage as a series of VIPs poked fun at the broadcaster-turned-politician and thanked him for his 3 decades of public service.
The thing I love about Bill the most is he's relaxing to be around because he's boring.
As you look around the room, and all the folks who have come here tonight for you, it's a veritable who's who of, okay, nobodies.
The fact that the councilman was late for his own roast drew lots of laughs, while his recent battle with cancer drew inspiration.
I think just to follow that, how happy we are to see Bill Rosendahl, how happy we are to see him fight, how happy we are to see him healthy and committed to helping people and have this tonight.
Your courage and your resilience is a model for all of us. When no one would have asked you or expected you to be on City Council on important issues during your treatments, there you were. There you were every time. And you are loved by me and so many other people. God bless you and thank you for everything, Bill.
Councilman Rosendahl will leave office when his current term ends on June 30th. I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
Proceeds from the roast will go toward a fund established by the Press Club to help public access journalists get their shows on television. Local ball players can practice their swings on a pair of newly renovated baseball fields in Highland Park. There are a lot of improvements to mention. Gil Reyes has the bases covered on LA's newest Dodger Dream Fields.
The kids of summer take the field to practice their swings and round the bases.
Nice field. I love what they did with it. All my friends are here. I think I'll never leave.
Highland Park Recreation Center receives not 1, but 2 renovated baseball fields in time for summer. Included are new backstops and bases, a solar scoreboard, also new turf and irrigation systems. Dodger greats Bobby Castillo and Sweet Lou Johnson there on opening day. So was outgoing Councilman Ed Reyes. The councilman who has represented this community for years throws out the first pitch.
One of the things I'm going to miss more when I'm out of office is going to be the smiles of the children and that energy that you see from the kids. When you look at parents and they see that pride in their face, that's invaluable.
It's nice because I get to meet new people.
The LA Department of Recreation and Parks pitched in to make improvements. So did the LA 84 Foundation, which provides surplus money from the 1984 LA Olympics to fund local youth programs.
We are committed to bringing fields like this, programs like this, everywhere in the city.
And to have the Dream Field, it's exciting. It's great for our community.
Play ball. In Highland Park, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
The Dodger Dream Field program has also recently renovated Little League ballparks in Reseda and Harbor City. One food bank is joining forces with the LA Public Library to make sure kids don't go hungry this summer. How you can help conserve water this summer and helping to raise lupus awareness. These stories and more in City Beat. It may be summer vacation, but hunger doesn't take time off. That's why the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank is providing nutritious meals for kids this summer, available for the first time at local libraries, specifically the Downtown Central and Pacoima libraries. Any child at those libraries during lunch who want a meal will receive one. The launch of the expanded program helps kick off the organization's 8th annual summer meal program, which serves meals to children who normally rely on school lunches during the school year. The summer meal program kicked off on June 10th and will end when school begins. To find other locations where summer lunch is served, go to lafoodbank.org. Neighborhood councils are community-based organizations with oversight by the city that advocate for and implement crime reduction programs and street improvement and beautification projects, among other priorities. Recently, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners singled out 7 of the over 90 neighborhood councils with Empower LA Awards for innovative programs.
We had a lottery, and we asked the people of the neighborhood to determine for themselves which were the most problematic locations that needed fixing in our streets and on our sidewalks.
Council President Herb Wesson praised members of these groups during a celebration at City Hall.
Give our neighborhood councils a round of applause. They work hard. They work hard for free.
The 7 neighborhood councils honored were the Sherman Oaks, Silver Lake, North Hills East, Harbor Gateway North, Mid-City, Mar Vista, and Park Mesa Heights neighborhood councils. The LA Department of Water and Power says customers need to step up their water conservation this summer following a dry winter, the second in a row. As a result, for 2013-2014, the utility is projecting the lowest ever water deliveries from the LA Aqueduct and the highest ever purchase of imported water on record. One way to help reduce water use is by following with the city's mandatory water conservation ordinance that limits outdoor watering to 3 days a week. Which days of the week depends on whether you live at an odd or even number address. Watering is prohibited between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Go to ladwp.com/WC for more information. Council President Herb Wesson recently led the LA City Council in honoring Lupus LA during Lupus Awareness Month at City Hall.
There are more people with lupus than there are people living with AIDS, cystic fibrosis, MS, and other illnesses, but yet it's one of the illnesses, one of the diseases that is less recognized and that there's less awareness for.
Lupus is a chronic autoimmune disease that can impact the brain, heart, and kidneys. 1.5 million Americans live with lupus, 60,000 of which actually live here in LA County. As the weather heats up, children and adults are getting a chance to chill out at the Hansen Dam Aquatic Center. As Anita Bennett reports, the facility's swim lake is now open to the public.
The summer season arrived with a splash at the Hansen Dam Aquatic Center in Lakeview Terrace.
I've been coming here since my baby was born, and it's great because they can walk into the water. You don't have to worry about the kids falling in or anything, and the zero depth is cool.
It's a nice area. I would recommend it for a lot of people to come here.
Dozens of families took a dip in the water as the park opened its 1.5-acre swim lake for summer. And this year, there are some new rules in place. Small children must wear yellow wristbands, and they cannot enter the water without a parent or guardian who's been assigned a green wristband.
If we see a parent wearing the green wristband and we don't see the child, we're going to ask you. Same thing with the child. If we see the child, we don't see a parent. So again, safety is always our #1 priority.
Another rule, mandatory bathing suits in swim lake.
We want to make sure that we keep the water clean. We don't want people, working on their cars and then using the same shores to come in and swim here at the Hansen Dam Aquatic Center.
While some park visitors may think the rules are a little strict, Aquatic Center workers say if you break them, you may just have to contend with the LAPD. I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
Hansen Dam's swim lake is free to children under 18. For adults, the admission price is $2 with a city-issued library card and $2.50 without one. In this week's list of things to do, a walk around the Lake Hollywood Reservoir, an equestrian ride, and the latest Ciclavia event. The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power invites you to a 3.4-mile walk around the Lake Hollywood Reservoir on Saturday, June 22nd. This event is a great opportunity for residents to enjoy scenic Lake Hollywood and get to know the LADWP staff while learning about the water infrastructure and the city's future water supply. Meet at 8 a.m. at the corner of Lake Hollywood Drive and Montlake Drive. This walk will take approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. Bring water, snacks, sunscreen, a hat, and comfortable shoes. Unfortunately, dogs and other animals are not allowed on the walking trails around the reservoir. You must RSVP by Friday, June 21st. You can access the link at our Facebook page at facebook.com/LA This Week. And if you are looking for a trail ride on Saturday, June 22nd, Councilmember Mitchell Englander is leading one at Corral 54 at 10 a.m. Corral 54, a division of Equestrian Trails International, will host the ride out of the newly opened Aliso Canyon Park. The loop ride will be about 2 hours long. Lunch will be served. A $5 donation is suggested. Aliso Canyon Park is located east of Reseda Boulevard between Cessnan Boulevard and Rinaldi Street in Northridge. RSVP by calling 818-892-3862. And there is yet another ciclovia right around the corner, this one stretching to Wilshire Boulevard. On Sunday, June 23rd from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., the latest bike and pedestrian-friendly event will connect downtown LA and Miracle Mile via 6.3 miles of car-free streets. The route will take you through downtown, MacArthur Park, Koreatown, Mid-Wilshire, all the way to the Miracle Mile. Whether you're on a skateboard, a bicycle, or on foot, you'll get to enjoy art, architecture, and lots of food along the route. Go to ciclavia.org for the complete route and other related information. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. There's recently been a baby boom at the Los Angeles Zoo. Anita Bennett introduces us to a trio of baby chimps.
Three new baby chimpanzees are the talk of the LA Zoo.
They were really cool, and I thought they were really exciting.
What did you think of the chimps?
They're really cute.
The youngsters were born to 3 different mothers over the past 10 months.
Zuri is almost a year. She was born last July. Buki was born in March. She's almost 3 months. And our unnamed infant was born in April. She's about 6 weeks.
The 6-week-old is the latest offspring of Gracie, one of the zoo's most popular chimps. She also gave birth last year, but that baby died after it was attacked by what zoo officials say was an aggressive adult male. This time, zoo officials say they've taken steps to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Right now, the male that was in that group is not with the infants. The male that we have with the infants is a really gentle, kind male. He's been around infants before, so he knows how to treat babies. He's an experienced male.
Chimpanzees are native to Africa, but their numbers have been dwindling because of deforestation, hunting, and disease. These 3 new arrivals bring the total of chimps at the LA Zoo to 17, making the city a leader in efforts to protect this endangered species. The chimps are currently on public display, so if you'd like to come and see the newborns, well, head on down to the LA Zoo. In Los Angeles, I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
According to the World Wildlife Foundation, there are fewer than 300,000 chimps left in the wild. Well, that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We leave you now with more sights and sounds from the recent Celebrate LA Festival at Grand Park. See you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
What's with all the zombies?
Alert LA County takes the surprise out of disasters like zombie attacks. And without surprise, they're out of a job.
Alert LA County is a free automated system which sends out information about emergency events via telephone, text, and email.
Any skills besides flesh eating? Pick that up.
Events may include disasters, evacuations, safety notices, and if necessary, zombie attacks.
Next.
Register at alert.lacounty.gov.
G'day, Troy McCubbin from North Hollywood. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Sergeants, please call the members. Tell the members to report to the council chambers. I want to take a moment and thank Council Member Alacon, Koretz, Labange, and as usual, Dennis Syme for being on time. Good morning. Good morning. It is Wednesday, June 19th. I'd like to welcome you to your Los Angeles City Council meeting at your City Hall. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. The public is always welcome. You can come to just watch your government work, or if you want to say something, there are public comment cards in the back. You fill those cards out, hand them to one of our sergeants, and you'll be called at the appropriate time. My name is Herb Wesson, and I'm the president of the Los Angeles City Council, and I will be your presiding officer today. That's okay. I like this crowd. I take it back. Zines people can stay as well. You guys are my kind of rowdy. We do not have a quorum. We don't have 10 members as of yet, but we have some important presentations, and I believe we can start our day with those. First, I'd like to recognize Councilman Joe Buscaino for a very, very important introduction. Are you ready, Mr. Buscaino? This morning, I had the opportunity to meet my first president, international president of a city in Italy. So it was a president-to-president meeting. I liked him right off because he and I are about the same height. He's a great man. And he's been in this business for quite a long time. Also, he has a Shaolin monk with him, and Master is, I'll say, stationed or deployed here in Los Angeles. And we have the Chief of Police with us today. Yes. And I will let Joey B. use some of his Italian today in presenting our very welcome visitors.
Grazie, Mr. President, and buongiorno. It was great to see you meet Luciano for the first time, and I had to school you on how you greet an Italian. You kiss with both cheeks, and you know what? You nailed it, Mr. President. You got it right. And it's great to have this international relationship with the community of Brindisi in Italy, the southern section of the great country, Italy. Also home to one of the oldest running ports in the world. They trade goods with Greece and those countries in the Adriatic Sea. And it's great to officially welcome Luciano Loiacono here in City
Council. Let's give him a LA welcome.
Council chambers, in the John Ferraro Council chambers. John Ferraro, a champion in the Italian-American community, is smiling down upon us. Mr. President, Luciano, as you mentioned, is a council president of the community of Brindisi. The total number of 32 council members that he oversees. Can you imagine? You have to deal with 15 of us, but 32 he oversees.
Well, don't forget, I oversaw 80 when I was Speaker of the Assembly.
But he was a council member from 2009 to 2011 and was elected City Council President in 2012. He serves as a chair of the Twinning Committee, the University Committee, and the political group leaders in Brindisi. In addition, Luciano has always paid particular attention to the most vulnerable of society and to the problems of childhood. He's a huge youth advocate in Italy. Moreover, his government activity is focused on harbor issues and economic and cultural promotion of the Brindisi community in the area. And this hits home to me, not only that we are home to the largest container port in North America, but to form these trade partnerships and collaboration with other parts across the world is important. So with that, it's my great honor to introduce to you Council President of Brindisi, Luciano Loiacono.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry for my bad English. My very, very little and bad English. But I'm very happy today I stay here with you in this wonderful city, wonderful town, a very, very big town. I represent a small town, but in the small town is many similitudes with Los Angeles, because we have an airport, I have the port, old port, Roman port, very, very old port. And we have the base for military, base for ONU, the second in the world, a logistic basic ONU. And in the story, most famous base of United States, USAF. I am very happy to stay in United States, and I thank you very much, everybody, because this wonderful land, I find is possible for the future have a relation, cultural relation with my small town. I have the little video where you want, I go start. But if you want, no go start. Thank you very much, Los Angeles.
All right, Luciano, grazie. Grazie, grazie. And a couple of weeks ago, the Italian Consul General Giuseppe Peroni called me and indicated that this delegation from Brindisi was coming, and he was very instrumental in making this happen. And I want to thank you, Council President Wesson, for taking the time to meet with Luciano. And I want to thank Consul General Giuseppe Peroni for setting this all up. And also, I'd like to have him say a few words. It's a long name, and I want to have him introduce himself. I'm used to that.
Thank you today, and I appreciate to give you this hospitality to me. I very pleased to spend the time with all of you today with the city of Los Angeles. It's my honor.
Thank you.
My name is Venerable Master Shi Yan Fan. It's the 34th generation of Shaolin Temple, China. I represent here in the United States the first Western in history, after 300 years old, by the government, by the Chinese government, take off from 300 years. In 2007, I be the first Western Italian to represent of Shaolin Temple in China about healthy and benefit human body. And I appreciate the President today with Mr. Luciano and all of you around to me to share my heart and share with a good feeling, a good prosperity for better life in the future. Better for children, educate, discipline, respect, and do not abuse, but give it a lot of discipline for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. President, he's not going to say a few words, but this is Captain of Police Leo. So, Capitano Leo, grazie per tutti e benvenuti alla città di Los Angeles. Grazie.
All right, thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Mr. President, it was a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Clerk, I believe we have a quorum. Could you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Buscaino, England, Garcetti, Weezer, Chris, Krikorian, LaBonge, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zion, Wesson, 10 members present and a quorum, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Zine moves, LaBonge seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Zine is busy. He moves again, and Reyes seconds.
Mr. President, before running through the agenda, there are requests from members to continue item 8 to June 21, items
objection.
18 and 19 to July 24, and items 39 and 51 to June 25.
Okay, without objection, so ordered.
Very good, sir. Items 1 through 6 are items noticed for public hearing.
Okay, do we have any cards on the first set of items?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on items 1 and 2.
Okay. Members, specials members. All right, then, let's prepare to vote on the other items. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next section, Mr. Clerk.
Very good, sir. And, Mr. President, those ordinances will go over for a second reading in 1 week unless reconsidered at a later time with 12 members.
I understand that. I am optimistic that Mr. Rosendahl will be here, and then we'll just rescind the vote and vote on them again. So, the next section.
Mr. President, that brings Council to items 7 through 23. They're items for which public hearings have been held.
Wonderful. Specials members, Mr. Huizar.
Number 17, please.
17, we'll hold that for Mr. Huizar. Any other specials? Okay, let's prepare to vote on the remainder of those items. Let us please open the roll, Madam Clerk. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. Clerk, the machine seems to be working pretty good now. Mr. Labange must have fixed it when he came over here. Yes, Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Forthwith on 8.
Forthwith on 8.
Mr. President, that item was...
we continued that one, Mr. Labange. It's been continued to when, Mr. Clerk?
To Friday, the 21st.
Friday, the 21st.
June 21st.
Labange. Okay, let's go to our next set of items.
Mr. President, items 24 through 52 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Cards on these items.
Yes, sir. We have cards on items 33, 34, 35, and 41, sir.
Okay, let's hold those items, and let's prepare to vote on the remaining items.
Mr. President?
Mr. Huizar.
Yes, number 32, can we continue that to July 24th, please? It's already
okay, been
great,
done.
Thank you.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. Koretz.
Yes, I'd like to ask that 42 through 45 go forthwith.
42 through 45 forthwith. What's up next, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, items 53 through 57 are items scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
I'll defer to the Chair of Budget and Finance and Mr. Krikorian.
For the moment, can we hold those on the desk, please?
Okay, for the moment, we will hold them. As soon as you're prepared, Mr. Krikorian, then I will recognize you, and then we'll address those items. So where does that bring us, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, that brings us to item 58. It's on the continuation agenda and is an item for which a public hearing has been held.
Mr. Huizar.
Call that special for an amending motion, please.
Okay, that is held for an amending motion. If we could have that circulated. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, that brings council back to presentations.
Okay, Mr. Zine.
46 forthwith, please. 46.
46 forthwith. Mr. Zine is showing off to his constituents. Mr. Labange.
50 3rd Street sidewalk improvement. And also, Mr. President, we want to welcome various students from
Well, let's
Scripps
go
College.
with the forthwith first.
Forthwith, but they're forthwith too.
Okay.
All the way from Pomona. Where's Scripps right there? Stand up and be recognized.
Welcome. Stand up. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
It's good to see young people in the council chambers. Welcome. In this business, in life really, there are a lot of different chapters in one's life. Today, we celebrate a new chapter in the life of someone that is very near and dear to just about everyone seated around this horseshoe. He is a gentleman who has been a public servant forever, even before I was born. That's just how long he has been a public servant. How he began referring to me as uncle, I still don't understand that. But I love him, and I'm going to miss him tremendously. He was a great motorcycle cop, was a union official for numerous years, and then was elected by the great folk in the 3rd District to represent them on the City Council. He has served for 12 years, and one of the most friendly members, someone that I would consider more than a friend, a dear friend. In fact, I'm proud to be Dennis's uncle. He calls me Uncle Tanus from the Danny Thomas show 100 years ago. I never saw that show, Dennis. That lets people know the difference in our ages. The first day that I got here, Mr. Zine demonstrated a chokehold on me, and the very first day. And I said, if it's going to be like that, I said, I may be small, but I'm wiry. I told him, you can hop your butt over here, but you're going to limp back. So he never put me in a chokehold again. But I'm going to miss you, Dennis, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. As I mentioned earlier, he's one of the members that is always here on time. Always. And that deserves a round of applause. 3rd District, he has represented you well, and you should consider yourselves lucky to have been represented by such a man. With that said, Mr. Zine, I'm going to defer to you, and then we will begin our salute to you. So, Mr. Zine, you have the floor. You can move to the center aisle, and I will do everything I can not to interrupt you. I cannot promise that I won't, because I get such joy out of doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Zine. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that life has its ups, its downs, its challenges, and this is one of those days, as we saw what happened with Jan Perry yesterday. It becomes very emotional. And the staff I have put the program together, unbeknownst to me, except a few minutes ago, Jimmy Black, my chief of staff, gave me the information. Scott Silverstein from the district neighborhood council is going to basically MC the program. Then I will have some comments, introduce my staff, and I want to acknowledge everyone that's here from the San Fernando Valley, from the 3rd District, including the priest from my church, St. Bernardine. So, Scott, we'll turn it over to you and begin with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members, guests, staff. I was asked to speak here today because of a strange congruence between Councilman Zine's political career and that of my own. He was elected to the City Council and I was elected to the Neighborhood Council. He was re-elected to the City Council. I was re-elected to the Neighborhood Council. He was re-elected to the City Council. I was re-elected to the Neighborhood Council. He ran for controller. I ran for City Council. The rest is unimportant. It is my honor and privilege to be here today to help recognize a man who has dedicated 45 years of his life to serving the people of the City of Los Angeles, first as an LAPD officer and for the last 12 years as the elected representative for the Southwest San Fernando Valley in Council District 3. In the 12 years that I have been lucky enough to live in CD3 with the councilman at the helm, I have seen dramatic improvements to the area. I would like to share some of the councilman's accomplishments with you today. Councilman Dennis P. Zine and his staff have worked tirelessly to make the 3rd Council District the best place to live and raise our families. Working with the neighborhood councils, chambers of commerce, business improvement districts, and numerous community-based organizations, the Council District 3 team, led by Councilman Zine, has been able to make tremendous improvements to public safety, infrastructure, investment, and the quality of life. They have secured services and facilities for new constituents of the Council District 3, resulting in a new regional fire station, 4 new and renovated libraries, 2 new police stations, new pools and bathhouses at Lanark and Reseda Parks, the first public synthetic turf soccer field in the West Valley, a pocket park in Tarzana, the establishment of the wildly popular July 4th fireworks extravaganza, the designation of Canoga Park as the first all-America city in Los Angeles, and numerous street and sidewalk improvements, to name a few. It was always clear that public safety was Councilman Zine's top priority. In addition to single-handedly apprehending Justin Bieber as he blazed down the 101 freeway, Councilman Zine brought a state-of-the-art portable LAPD video surveillance system to the West Valley and Topanga LAPD divisions to deter and fight criminal activity. He also distributed significant funds to the West Valley, Topanga and Valley Traffic LAPD divisions to purchase critical supplies and equipment that will assist officers in handling tactical situations and emergency preparedness. Additionally, he transferred a considerable amount of funds for the West Valley fire stations to purchase equipment that will be used to enhance the level of service provided by the LA Fire Department. Since 2002, Council District 3 has hosted the annual Z Awards for Excellence. The always sold-out community luncheon honors our public safety personnel who go above and beyond the call of duty. The proceeds from this event go to benefit local public safety youth programs. Prioritizing core services, Councilman Zine and his team made major community investments, realizing significant park improvements and numerous beautification projects across the valley. Over the last couple of years alone, millions of dollars in salary savings at the expense of his staff and discretionary funds were allocated for improved streets, sidewalks, and tree trimming. Streetscape improvements have begun along Sherman Way, including $500,000 budgeted to refurbish the medians in downtown Reseda. We all know that the infrastructure of the city is crumbling, whether due to poor planning or worse cash management. Well, there's one thing that Councilman Zine has demonstrated to us, and that is good cash management. Having quietly stashed away the Quimby funds that his office has collected over the years, he is able to provide the taxpayers of Woodland Hills with a great return on investment. Last month, design plans were unveiled and approximately $13 million in Quimby funds were dedicated for a total rebuild of the Woodland Hills Recreation Center. New playgrounds have been constructed at Reseda, Lanark, and Quimby parks. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were utilized to hire local youth for community beautification projects throughout the district. Working with the CRA, Hart Village, Sherman Village, Canby Woods, and Riverwalk at Reseda housing developments have all opened or are under construction. Partnering with the business community, the council office has brought millions of dollars in investments to Warner Center, including the various Westfield projects and the relocation of the Farmers Insurance Group, which has boosted our local economy through the creation of thousands of new jobs. Councilman Zine had the forethought to order a redraft of the Warner Center Specific Plan, now known as Warner Center 2035 Plan. He appointed a group of select people from the community, private and public entities, landlords, tenants, homeowners, along with city planners and his extraordinary former and current planning deputies Jonathan Brand and Doug Mensman, respectively, to draft a thorough and well-thought-out plan for the future. It took 7 years, literally thousands of work hours, and I hope Warner Center 2035 Plan will be on the agenda next month for council approval. Thanks to the sponsorship of Councilman Zine, Los Angeles Business Source Center was opened in Reseda to support and encourage small business retention and attraction into the West Valley. Collaborating with state and county officials, there have been massive strides in transportation initiatives with the construction of the Orange Line and Orange Line Extension, which now operates as the premier transit system through the valley. Approximately 4 miles of bike path have been added along the LA River and many more miles of bikeways along public roadways. Another significant accomplishment was the formation of the Community Posse, which is the people organized for a safe, secure environment. This group of hundreds of specially trained residents was established to tackle and eliminate quality of life issues such as abandoned cars, graffiti abatement, shopping cart removal, and many other neighborhood nuisances. Councilman Zine has been an independent voice representing the Valley's concerns on the council. He launched efforts to eradicate the visual blight and public safety hazards created by mobile advertising trailers parked on public streets. He helped cancel the photo red light contract and disconnect the 32 camera location intersections administered by the city in 2011. As the chair of the Audits and Governmental Efficiency Committee, he led the effort to pursue uncollected tax owed by parking company tax scofflaws by implementing a bonding requirement on parking lot operators. But what is most telling about Councilman Zine is that 12 years ago he made a pledge to donate $25,000 a year from his personal salary to local nonprofit organizations. Well, he kept his promise and has donated over $300,000 of his personal funds to a wide variety of important causes struggling for resources. Councilman Zine, without knowing it, made my life a bit easier too. My wife is an LAUSD school teacher, and we all know the immense pressure the schools are facing due to reduced funding. He again put his money where his mouth is. He personally helped my wife's school and the other schools in the West Valley by donating his personal funds to purchase instructional materials and supplies and provide buses for field trips. As you can imagine, when my wife is happy, I am happy. He started Z-Kids, a rewards program for kids that volunteered their time for the school traffic safety programs. He created a one-stop shop for school principals to maneuver the city departments, and he was always available when principals were not able to crack the city code. He is also an annual fixture and benefactor for AYSO Region 71 Soccer. His encouragement and financial support helps to enrich the health and physical well-being for the children of almost 1,000 families. I just want to say over the last 8 years, I've truly enjoyed working with Octaviano Rios, our district person, as a coordinator for the Neighborhood Council. Thank you, Octaviano. We will truly miss Councilman Zine and the partnership we have shared over the last 12 years. Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you.
Now I would like to ask some community members up to share some of their thoughts about the councilman. First, Nancy Sweeney, founder and president of Revitalize Reseda and a Posse member.
Posse 24.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the City Council, and guests. My name is Nancy Sweeney, and I represent the community of Reseda today. I am here to acknowledge Councilman Zine for his many contributions to Council District 3 over the past 12 years. Probably his biggest accomplishment in my eyes is the establishment of the Posse program. Posse stands for People Organizing a Safe and Secure Environment. Councilman Zine empowered the community through this program to address everyday issues that affect our quality of life: graffiti removal, elimination of abandoned vehicles, shopping carts, illegally posted signs, and overgrown weeds. I was part of his very first Posse training class back in 2001, where we were trained by city agencies on how to report and eradicate quality of life issues. Councilman Zine made our city a better, safer place to live. He involved the everyday citizen in being a part of his vision by getting personally involved and taking back ownership of our neighborhoods. This not only improved our community, but it helped our property values tremendously. I remember spending New Year's Day 2011 working with a special task force in Reseda with other Posse members, councilman and his staff, LAPD, and the Department of Transportation on the elimination of mobile billboard trailers in Council District 3. We cited and had many, many trailers ticketed or impounded that day. We helped remove those unsightly, unsafe trailers from our streets, making our streets safe again for the community and free of blight. I have worked with Councilman Zine on many, many issues over the last several years, and I have to tell you, it hasn't always been easy. We all know he has his own way of doing things. But Councilman Zine has always been a man with a passion. He has poured his heart and soul into his job 24/7, 365 days a year. On any given night, you can email him, and within a short time, you have a response. He has never missed one of our events in Reseda. Day, night, weekend, he's always there for us. Councilman Zine, I would like to close today by thanking you for many years of service to the City of Los Angeles, not only as a councilman for the last 12 years, but also for protecting and serving us as a police officer for the last 33 years. Councilman Zine, you have become a good friend to many of us, and you will truly be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Now it's my honor to introduce Chief Beck of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Well, good morning, and I am here just to ensure that Dennis realizes that his retirement from the City Council does not relieve him of his obligation as a reserve Los Angeles police officer. I have known Dennis for almost 4 decades, and his enthusiasm, his love for people, his love for public service still shines through. He seems to gain energy as he gains age, and he gains wisdom also. And I am just thrilled that he has been a member of this great council. And I wanted to just take this little brief opportunity, and then I'll let other folks speak, to say how much I appreciate this council. And I know we're having a huge turnover this season, and for each and every one of you, you have supported the Los Angeles Police Department, you have improved public safety in the city of Los Angeles, and you've been great partners. And Dennis, you epitomize all of those things. You've made this city a much, much better place, and you should be very, very proud of that.
Thank you, Chief.
And I'll take good care of Christopher, don't worry.
He's here.
He's right behind you. He's right behind you. You know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Next, I want to introduce my friend, Nora Ross, immediate past executive director of the Canoga Park West Hills Chamber of Commerce and current COO of the Valley Cultural Center. Thank you.
Oh, Councilman, There are times when people enter your life and just for a moment, and then there are times when a person enters into your life for a lifetime. On behalf of the Valley Cultural Center and the community of Canoga Park and West Hills, we appreciate the encouragement and the support that you have given to provide free entertainment and educational programs to the Valley. Your continued support of the summer concert series, Movies in the Park, of course the July 4th extravaganza, Monday morning concerts, and your community outreach touches more people than you don't even know. At times, you've even gone beyond what is really asked of a council person by putting on dresses, standing in front of organizations and helping them raise funds to help their causes continue. I don't know of anyone else who would do that for a community. Working with your fellow councilmen, you've helped local businesses keep their doors open during a very difficult days and looking out for their best interests, helping to revitalize communities long written off. You could be shopping in the community, attending openings at events, and just making everyone feel special. Councilman, no one can ever say you did not care about CD3. Throughout your years, you have led a wonderful staff that has always been available to your constituents to answer even the most mundane of questions and respond to the most ridiculous of demands. So thank you to your staff in providing the outreach into the community. Valley Cultural, along with the other community members and businesses, cannot thank you enough for all you have done these last 12 years. And we wish you the best in your future endeavors, and we will always be there to support you.
Thank you, Nora. Now, Myra Resendez, Democracy by Design student, graduate of Canoga Park High School, and she will be attending UC Berkeley in the fall.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Myra Resendez, and I was a part of the Democracy by Design internship program. Entering my junior year of high school, I was unsure of whether or not I would one day join the world of politics. Now that I have graduated high school, I am actively pursuing a degree in legal studies and political science at UC Berkeley. For years, I have wanted to become a district attorney, but until joining the Democracy by Design program, I decided that one day I would like to run for office and become a dedicated public servant, as Mr. Zine has been. This program
Don't do it. Don't do it.
This program opened the gateway to a side of city government I was never exposed to. Before the program, I had never entered this building or knew who my district councilman was or how much constant effort it takes to efficiently run a city, let alone a single district. City Hall was not the only place we visited while in the program. Our trip to the Museum of Tolerance was also an eye-opener. Exploring the struggles of different peoples throughout time and discovering the tremendous courage and resilience it takes to speak out against unfair treatment inspired me even more to want to run for public office and be the voice of my constituents and the public. Thank you for being the voice for the members in your district, and thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity that has allowed me to expand my horizons. Thank you.
Now it's my honor to introduce Captain John Egan, West Valley LAPD Captain.
Friends, Angelenos, council members, I come to praise Zine, not to bury him. I've had the opportunity to work with Dennis for the last 4.5 years, and I'm here along with my colleagues representing the LAPD in particular and the West San Fernando Valley in general. 12 years. That's a long time. And for 8 of those 12 years, he was very closely associated with my station, West Valley area. But then we were fortunate enough to add the 21st area, Topanga. So now he had 2 stations to deal with. And man, did we keep him busy. Now, I met with Dennis regularly, most times in his office, and it was interesting to talk with Dennis. Sometimes he would be really, really focused on what I wanted to discuss, and sometimes I was really focused on what he wanted to discuss. In fact, most of the time it was what he wanted to discuss, whether it had anything to do with police work or not. But I was very fortunate because he was my neighbor, and his council office is located directly adjacent to our station. Now, I've learned a few things about Dennis in the time that we've worked together. I knew him before that, of course, but I really got to know him in the last 4.5 years. And there were several things that were really important to him. First and foremost was the community. As recently as June 8th, I was with him at the Relay for Life at Cleveland High School, along with his successor, and he was out there pressing the flesh, talking to people, being Dennis, knowing that his time was almost up, but still fully engaged with the community. I've been at Neighborhood Watch meetings with him. I've been at posse meetings with him. I've been at special meetings with him at the station. He also was always very interested in significant crime issues that occurred. Recently, we had a homicide on Cleveland High School, and he got there just about the same time that I did. We were fortunate enough to clear that homicide and find out who did it in a very short time. But Dennis was always interested in those things, crime-wise, especially high-profile events that would impact the community. Another time I saw him at a scene where we were standing outside the American Legion Hall, located on Canby, and they were in the process of putting insulation in the attic, and they found an unexploded shell in the attic. So what did they do with it? They brought it down and they put it in a parking lot right next door to a convalescent hospital. We had to call the bomb squad to come up from Camp Pendleton to deal with that issue. But Dennis was right there and wanted to know everything about it. Of course, when I told him it might contain a chemical agent and was explosive, he says, I have a community meeting I have to go to. Another example, and I think there might have been a picture up here, is Read Across America at the local schools. Dennis was always there and could be counted upon to read to the kids and talk to the kids and be engaged with the kids. Another area that Dennis was always focused on was officers and officer safety. As recently as this morning, a couple of our officers were involved in a traffic collision, and I made sure that he was notified about that. And Dennis was always concerned about officers that were injured on duty and off long-term sick, and especially what we were doing to address that. The third issue was Dennis and frugality. Now, for those of you that really know Dennis, Dennis can be very frugal, and I'd like to give you an example. He was very generous and gave the department a lot of funds to be able to buy some much-needed equipment. But I was sitting in the office with him and Jimmy Blackman and my counterpart from Topanga, and I presented a list of items that I wanted to order, and Dennis told me that he could get that sledgehammer for less than what I was going to pay for it. And then he said, well, how much did you get back on your Costco refund check recently? I got over $200. I had to tell him I got $220. Dennis, I want to stand here in front of this group. I want to wish you well in the next phase of your life of public service. You are near your end of watch here at the City Council. You know, you were involved in so many things that we did. So, Dennis, I just want to wish you well in the next phase of your life and basically say, as it relates to the City Council, KMA 367.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Egan. Next, Mr. Frank Bush, Chief of LA Department of Building and Safety Code Enforcement Bureau.
Good morning to all. What can I say? Can I see by a show of hands how many people think it's been quite an adventure dealing with Councilman Zion for the last 12 years? I have, as mentioned, I'm with the Building and Safety Code Enforcement Bureau. I'm also a resident of CD3, and I had a short loss of my mind in 2001 and decided I was going to run for the LA City Council, and I actually ran against Dennis the first time. And there was he and another candidate came out in the runoff, but I was contacted, of course, by the media the very next day asking me who I was going to support. between the two candidates. And of course I said Dennis, and they asked why. And I said, because I feel he can do a great job for the city, for this council district, and for the city, and he hasn't let us down. There's been numerous things that he's been involved in. A lot of them have been mentioned here today already. He came to me and said, we're going to start a posse. He said, there's a new sheriff in town here, so we're going to get this posse going, and he wanted code enforcement to be involved in it. And then we'd have the posse roundups on Saturdays. We'd go out and hit specifically targeted locations that needed some enforcement on them. And every time we had one of those, it wasn't just one member of your staff, but all of them would ask me if I would make sure to keep you out of trouble for the day. And successfully we did that. But I just want to thank you for everything you've done, all the hard work, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
May I introduce Monsignor Robert McNamara and Monsignor Richard Murray from St. Bernardine's Church.
It's a pleasure to be here and quite an honor. Monsignor Murray, the founder of our parish, 97 years old, is here with me.
97!
I'm the present pastor of the church where Dennis comes, and I too come to praise him. And if I live long enough, I'll bury him. I'll have to outlive him, and that's unlikely. I want to point out what a real blessing he is to our church and to our council district, how much he will be missed with his influence in the district, but I hope we will continue to have the joy of his presence in the church. And I'd just like to point out to the council that when he comes to church, he is never late.
Please welcome U.S. Army Major Justin Babcock, Executive Officer of the Los Angeles Recruiting Battalion.
Council President, members of the council, guests, I just wanted to say a few words that highlighted Councilman Zine's selfless service and dedication to the community, and in this case, the nation. In 2008, Councilman Zine made a commitment to serve on the U.S. Army Los Angeles Community Advisory Board. The mission of the advisory board is to help the Army meet its recruiting goals here in Southern California. He has led this grassroots board of community centers of influence with unparalleled enthusiasm, dedication, and devotion. We appreciate all that he's done and look forward to continue working with him to keep the Army strong.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, we want to present him with this shirt of questionable fashion. It's our official polo, because I assume you'll be spending more time on the links. But our gesture is heartfelt, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, let's get a picture.
Thank you. Oh, over here. Over here.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome Sarah Burdine, Executive Director for Haven Hills Domestic Violence Shelter.
I'll do that at the end, too. I want the chairman and the city council members to know that this man, he understands the dynamics of domestic violence. And even before becoming the city council person for City District 3, he, as a motorcycle cop, came aboard with Haven Hills to help build the agency as one of the board members. And we have ever been so grateful to this man because he has brought a recognition of what the dynamics of domestic violence is all about, how serious it is, and it really, being a public safety issue that is enormous, I know that he has done a lot to raise awareness about domestic violence, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I know that he's leaving the council floor, maybe some public service at this point, but I do know that he is not going to desert supporting victims of domestic violence until we're able to stop the violence altogether. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Please welcome my friend, the Honorable Mayor Fred Gaines of Calabasas.
Mr. President, members, greetings from the city of Calabasas, your little neighbor to the north and the west. And as you are well aware, our quality of life in the city of Calabasas is inexorably tied to the city of Los Angeles and to, in particular, Council District Number 3. And we have a tremendous friend in Dennis Zine. And Dennis, on behalf of the 25,000 residents of the city of Calabasas, we thank you for all of your great service. When our kids want to play AYSO soccer, Little League Baseball, they play on fields that Dennis Zine made sure were there for them. When our residents go to church or synagogue or mosque, they do so, for the most part, in the 3rd Council District in places that you've helped personally, financially, through city processes. When they go shopping, from Costco, where they're more likely to find you, to Neiman Marcus that you help bring to our area. They're doing so in places that you've had a tremendous effect. And of course, public safety. The public safety of the 3rd District is the most important factor for the public safety of the city of Calabasas, so we're so appreciative for all of your efforts. I've also had the personal pleasure of serving with Dennis on a number of different boards, in particular at the Jewish Home for the Aging, where I was the vice president to Dennis's president, and I don't even hesitate to tell you that for the past 12 years, one of the most important leaders in the Jewish community in the West San Fernando Valley, and the biggest mensch, is my Lebanese Christian friend, Dennis Zine. There's no doubt in my mind. Dennis is a guy who gets up every single day for now 45 years, 33 years in the police force, 12 years in the city council, thinking about what he can do for the community. What can I do today to help make this community a better place? And you can't ask for anything more. Dennis, you've had a tremendous staff over the years. I want to make sure they're mentioned because they've been fantastic. I know a lot of them are here. And lastly, we're going to miss the Z pins. Everyone's got the Z pins. Well, it's not quite the same, but I brought you a pin from the city of Calabasas to add to your collection, and we'll miss the Z pins. And Dennis, we love you. Best of luck, and I'm sure we're going to continue to have a great relationship. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me acknowledge Fred and the mayor of Calabasas and the colleagues at Calabasas. I was honored last week to receive recognition and a beautiful plaque from the city of Calabasas, where they honored and recognized me for the cooperative relationship we have between the city of Los Angeles and the city of Calabasas. Fred, I want to thank you as the mayor of Calabasas and your colleagues for that wonderful honor I received from your great city. Thank you.
I have one more person to introduce, another member of the Los Angeles Police Department and close relative of Councilman Zine, LAPD Sergeant Christopher Zine. Thank you.
Gosh, you walk like your father, I tell you.
I'm here to speak on behalf of my brother Eric, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. He's a commercial pilot, and my wife Jennifer, who's in attendance today. As I've heard everybody speak about the last 12 years dealing with my dad on the city council, we've been dealing with him for 34 plus years. Amazing man, an amazing individual. I was thinking as everybody was speaking that as a young child, I remember you riding off on your police motorcycle, and myself being a 7-year-old kid watching you ride off, and thinking to myself, there goes the greatest man I know. Now, here I am, 34 years old, following in your footsteps. And I can honestly say you've been an amazing role model for Eric and myself, obviously for the community and for the city that you've served for 45 plus years. And I know without a doubt, and I know I speak for everybody in this chamber, when we all know that you are the greatest man that we all know, and the greatest person that we all know. People speak about your drive, that you never stop. And I can say firsthand, I've witnessed that for as long as I can remember. He fits 30 plus hours in a 24-hour day. He never says no to anything. He goes to every event, and he is absolutely nonstop. When I was working night watch at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd be getting phone calls from him when he'd just be getting home. That's the dedication that he has for the city, the dedication that he has for the people, and the dedication that he has for his family. So again, on behalf of your family, we're proud of you. We couldn't be more proud of you. You've been an amazing role model, and we all love you.
I want to acknowledge his wife, Jennifer, who's a school teacher, and I'll be at events, and I'll introduce her as Mrs. Zine. And people will look at her, and they'll look at me. And I said, well, that's my son's wife. I mean, I get that oftentimes. Anyway.
So anyway, Dennis.
Thank you.
Dennis, before you speak, we have several colleagues that would like to say a word or two. And just let me say, in all seriousness, when your son told you that you were the greatest man to ever live, that brought a tear to my eye. That I can't think of one statement that would ever mean more from a son or daughter than what young Zine just said. That was very moving to me. Okay, now we can move from the sensitive stuff and maybe have some unknown things said about him. I'm sure somebody is going to, I'll bet it might be Labange, but we're going to start off with the President Pro Tem of this great council, Ed Reyes. Give Mr. Reyes.
Well, Dennis, I want to say, first of all, I've learned a lot from you over these years. Colleagues, there's a side in the audience you should know that we all have a great sense of humor, and we have great memories of how we enjoy Dennis. But I had a special seat in the National League of Cities, where at the national level, Councilmember Zine was a key figure in working immigration reform. And this happened about 2 years ago. And we were able to engage some very intense subjects because we were dealing with a nationwide issue. And National League of Cities, I believe there's about 1,400 member cities, through committees, through discussions, through executive board meetings. And Dennis shined in a way that we will all be proud. Much of what's being discussed today at that time, that was the precursor to what you see today. And a lot of that information, a lot of that policy language has floated to the White House, has floated to Congress members, senators, and it's been an amazing, amazing feat to see. So, Dennis, I know we talked about our humble beginnings, our parents, where they came from, and how they struggled. And then to see you with your energy for the many years that you've served. I mean, I'd be finishing 12 years as a council member, my first career. You're on your second, and you're still vying for a third. So that is an amazing amount of energy, a huge heart. Everything that's been said about your work, the funds you donate, your own personal funds, is something that we should all recognize because of the way that was interpreted in the past, which I thought was a great disservice to you. But more importantly, the example you set for all the kids in your district, your care for public safety, and when you fought for affordable housing in places that most people would basically push back, you had the courage to stand there and say, these are people too, they deserve to have a roof over their heads. In places that many folks resisted, as controversial as that was, you stood your ground, and you continue to do so. So as Chair of Planning, Land Use, and Management, it's easy to convert family housing to senior housing because it's politically expedient. You stood your ground. You stuck with family housing. You stuck with affordable housing, but you maintained public safety and all the good things you've done. So Dan, it's been an honor, a pleasure. I'm going to miss you, and you've been a great, as my staff says, a great colega. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Members, please watch your time today. We're giving 2 minutes to everyone because I believe everyone will speak. With that, Billy Rosendahl.
All right, Billy.
Well, I would never miss this. I mean, Dennis is an amazing man. I'm his seatmate. We sit next to each other. There's a certain privilege seatmates have. We kind of talk off the record. And we say and do some very exciting things when we talk with each other. It builds friendship, it builds relationship, it builds loyalty. Dennis and I are loyal to each other, and we know that loyalty is key. And as a seatmate, we can talk about the military. I put on my military hat, I start the salute, we cut the cake. To have him as part of the military, and you guys know I was in the Army during the Vietnam era, it's an honor to be with a guy who understands what the military does. Now, being an officer for those many years, he always puts himself in harm's way. Put that uniform on, you're a target for the good, bad, and the ugly. You're not a fireman. Everybody loves the firefighters, the men and the women. They're here to save us. But that cop, well, they put themselves out. He's done nothing but serve the public with the dignity that we expect of our officers as he did that. He loves L.A. He's a true public servant. As a council member, I've seen more leadership coming out of him on every subject than anybody else I've seen in the 8 years that I've been sitting here at the council. I love his ecumenical spirit. Jew and Gentile, Muslim, atheist, whatever it may be, we're all part of the human condition, and he recognizes that. He sits on the board of this group, that group, the other group. But with the Jewish Home for the Aged, which is something I'm completely committed to, you've been one of the major leaders in health care for seniors. You've worked with the Jewish community. You've worked with everybody else in the communities. But the Lebanese issue and Israel issue, all of that stuff comes in too. So you become an internationalist. And I've appreciated your leadership, like Tom LaBonge, on dealing with people all over the world in a very ecumenical and positive way. Now, one door closes, another one opens. Dennis and I have been sitting here laughing about, well, maybe we'll do a gay and straight show. Well, maybe we'll do a biker and this and that.
Make sure we know who's the gay straight guy.
That's right. So the humor that we have on every subject and the seriousness of subjects, but adding humor to it, is the positive energy that Dennis has done here for many, many years. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you, and thank you for serving the city of Los Angeles.
He's got eggs
and some plums.
All right.
You're the only one who ever got plums because you're sweet and you need your plums. All right, thank you.
Okay, members, I'll remind you again, please watch your time. Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you did have some behind-the-scene communication here, Bill, with Dennis? So, Dennis, is it true that he really hatches his own eggs, or is it...
I've been to Bill's home and I've seen.
You've seen it.
I've
Okay.
seen the
You've
chickens.
seen the
hatching.
chickens.
I've seen the chickens and the
Fantastic.
turkeys.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. You know,
I've been
Dennis,
there.
colleagues, the first time I met Dennis Zine, I was working morning watch here at Central Division, and we were on Coach 7 at Figueroa Place at the IHOP. And we were finishing our meal, and Dennis, with a colleague of his, passed right through us and said, "Hey, you know what, guys? I got your dinner. It's taken care of." And little I know that Dennis was the PPL director then for the Los Angeles Police Protected Leave. And Dennis really cared for the cops out in the streets. He had such an amazing love and compassion, not only to serve next to his brothers and sisters in law enforcement, but he also wanted to make sure that they're taken care of. And I want to thank you for that, Dennis. I also want to recognize when I first got elected here, Dennis, we hopped in his car after council, and he helped me pick out my first 2 suits as a council member. Little did I know, if you buy 2 suits, you get one for free.
Wholesale. I got the third one.
He ended up with the 3rd one.
That's a deal.
But as I think you started the trend, Dennis, of serving in law enforcement and taking the next level of serving as an elected official. You're seeing that all over the region, all over the country. But it's because of your understanding of the quality of life issues in our city and respective communities. And one of our core values in the LAPD is service to our communities. It wasn't only a core value for you, but you lived it, you breathed it, and each and every day. You also told me it's important to take care of your district, take care of your residents. And with the testimony today, it's evident that you did just that. I just want to thank you for being a friend, a colleague. Thank you for being there at the Rosary when my father-in-law passed away. It's those small things that go a long way. You stood there, rosary in hand, and that meant so much to my family, and I will never forget that. And we thank you for your service, your love, your dedication, and compassion to serve our great city. God bless you, and just know that we're here for you.
Okay. Again, members, let's watch our time. Maybe I should give a prize to the first one that comes in under 2 minutes. Tom LaBonge.
All right, thank you very much. Monsignor, I'm going to vote for you. You gave the shortest speech. Good job. I appreciate that. Dennis Zine is very special. I met him years ago. When I first got here, I confided in him. Father, I don't want to hear about his confessions, but I confide in Dennis. And I told him I took the fire department exam. I was over there where Mr. Weezer is. I sat on that side then. And I told him 1974 I did not pass the fire department exam to be a firefighter. I wanted to be a firefighter. I told this him in earnest. I put my heart out. And then about a month or 2 later, in a big heated argument from his chair over there, he goes and points, and Tom LaBonge he failed the fire department exam. And I jumped up my mic faster than ever, and I said, just goes to show, present company excluded, LAPD will take anybody. Dennis,
I remember that.
You got it. You got it. Dennis, you love people. From your humble beginnings, being born in the city, your family, being a paper boy for the LA Times, going to St. Ambrose Elementary School, always having perfect attendance in school. I checked with Sister Mary Carroll. She said you had perfect attendance there. All the way through in your office here. And your staff, making your staff serve the people. That's good. The Amundsen Ranch, you didn't mention it. That's a big win because that land has your handprints on it because you saved it along with others, made a big difference. All that you've done. I'm proud of you. I met you when you were a police officer in the Valley. Any accident, whether it was a little fender bender or whether it was a tragic one, Dennis would be there and quote on behalf of Valley traffic, so you let the public know. You're really a standing saint, even though you got a lot of devil in you. You're a standing saint for what you've done. God bless Dennis Zine.
Well, Mr. LaBonge hit the mark with 11 seconds to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why he's assistant president pro tem. All right. Okay, let's see if we can get a roll going here. Mr. Koretz.
I'm not promising anything. Thank you, Mr. President. My wife, Gail, worked with Dennis long before he was elected to council as a member of the Police Protective League Board, and I knew him there too. And we both liked and respected him. So when he ran for city council, naturally I endorsed him. What I didn't realize right away was that he was a Republican, and as a member of the Democratic Central Committee, I'm supposed to be removed when I do something like that. As it turned out, people thought that must mean it's okay, so a lot of other Democrats then endorsed Dennis thinking it was okay. And he won by a few votes, and I was happy to have taken part in that. And I've never been disappointed or regretted that for a second. You've been an incredible council member. Everywhere when I run into residents of your district, people say great things. I've never heard a cross word about you once, which is true of very few politicians. You're also beloved by the Jewish community, as Fred Gaines said. I think that's because, after all your good work and support, half the people think you are Jewish. The other half think you're just a great friend and ally, which of course you certainly are. You have endearing personality traits, whether they involve motorcycle riding or cross-dressing or the two combined. Unfortunately, you personify the drawbacks of term limits because you're beloved in your district. You would be reelected time and time again. And I'm sorry your constituents and your colleagues won't have that opportunity. But you're a role model of a great council member. I hope the folks coming in pay attention to your record and your approach and try to emulate it. And we know you'll be involved in civic affairs for many years to come, and we thank you for your great work as a colleague and council member.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Koretz, with a second to spare.
All right.
Mr. Huizar.
Jose.
Well, thank you very much. And Dennis, you've been a great friend ever since we first met when I was on the school board. And I recall they called me over to the school police station, and they were receiving some police motorcycles from LA City, and this guy, Dennis Zine, was donating them. And I didn't know who you were, but from that first instance, when I got to know you, I knew we had a friendship for a very long time. And so when I got to City Council, you invited me to lunch. And I recall that first time within a couple of weeks. And you brought with you a big bag, and I don't know what was in the bag. We ended up rolling up to Elysian Park shooting range. And I don't like guns, but it was the first time I ever shot a gun because you took me out there to see what it was like, to see what some of the training that police officers go through. But I could say because of you, I shot a gun. I wasn't ever thought I'd be one to shoot a gun, but thank you for your friendship. You have been someone who cares a lot about your community. When we talk about issues, you want to know the details. You want to know how it impacts people. You see the pros and cons, evaluate it. You're thoughtful, and I appreciate that about you. And finally, your work, as Councilmember Reyes said, when you work with the League of Cities, you use me as an example of immigrants who come to this country, who contribute, and you've always been there with us on that issue. And I know that it's meant a lot to you to stand up on that issue. So thank you so much. I'm going to miss you, but I know we're going to see each other around. You've been a lot of fun. When I think of Dennis Zine, I think of loyalty, friendship, and a lot of fun. Congratulations, Dennis. Love you.
Mr. Huizar is currently in the lead with 23 seconds on the clock. And Dennis, you never invited me to go shooting with you. I wonder, you might have been afraid that I might have nipped you. I would have done a Dick Cheney or something on you. Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis. Are you okay? Ms. Perry.
Dennis, I just wanted to tell you what distinguishes you, I think, the most is your excellent staff, and that I know you are difficult to manage at times. You're larger than life, and that I'm proud of your staff, and I'm proud of you for selecting the people that you have selected. They have done a good job of keeping you focused and keeping you overscheduled so that you were always busy doing something, never having any free time, which is good, because I know how you like to be occupied. But they did it with a lot of sense of humor and a lot of patience, and you gave them the space and the depth and the breadth to be able to do that. And I think for that, the constituents of your district have been better served. And just like me, nobody does this job alone, and you were smart enough to recognize that early on. So congratulations, and congratulations to your staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
New champion, Zine. 101 left on the clock. Mr. Alarcon.
I can't beat 101. Dennis, we go way back. A couple of old guys. But when I met Dennis, neither one of us had any inclination that we would ever be a council member. Nevertheless, we were working for the community. Shortly after my son died, I went on the board of directors of Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and Dennis was on the board. And so we met in interesting circumstances, but we're both equally passionate about saving lives. And I know Dennis from that perspective. I want to share with you that, but way back then, not only was he never as good looking as his son, but he was always a tough cop. He was, and back in those days, he had no hesitation in saying whatever he felt we wanted to say, right off his brow. He would just say it. So I can tell you that it has been my pleasure to watch Dennis change. And that's not to say that he was changing from bad to good. It was just that he was changing into somebody who was much more thoughtful, considerate, all-inclusive, and has become a very, very talented member on the City Council. And I say that with having observed quite a few council members in my day. Dennis, while he was a Republican, he was never entrenched in party politics. He was more about what is in the best interest of the people of Los Angeles. Yes, from his perspective, but usually that meant he would take into consideration other things that some people who get interested in their parties don't even want to take some issues into consideration. But Dennis would, and over time I found him to be very open-minded. He was very approachable on any issue, and he after consideration could change from his opinion from not having information to then having information and then changing his opinion. And frankly, in the old days, that wasn't necessarily the case. If you had an opinion, that was your opinion, you were going to stick with it. He's a fierce fighter and believes passionately for his brothers and sisters in the police department. He's demonstrated that with his LAPPL work, but he's also demonstrated that on the City Council. I want to say that we've become friends, and it's obvious that from A to Z, everybody agrees that it's been a pleasure working with you, and we wish you well in your retirement. It ain't over. I hope it's not over for you, because then I hope it's not over for me too. But hopefully we'll be able to work on some projects in the San Fernando Valley, helping to improve our community. I wish you well. It's been a pleasure knowing you so far, and I anticipate we're gonna be friends for many years to come.
Absolutely. Thank you, Richard. Thank you.
As usual, Richard broke the streak. Maybe Mr. Krikorian can lead the way. And I believe he's the last speaker. So, Mr. Krikorian, to close.
Yeah, no, don't count on that, Mr. President.
Oh,
and thank you, Richard, for breaking the streak before me. So I was born and raised in Councilmember Zine's district. I guess I should clarify that for the record, he wasn't council member at the time, despite his advanced age. But I'm a native of Reseda and went to Cleveland High School. And when I see the changes that have come to that community, like so many other communities in Council District 3 over the course of Dennis Zine's tenure, as we saw from the parade of people who came up to talk about that, that's a tremendous legacy of your public service, Dennis, and it speaks of your work ethic, it speaks of your vision, but it also speaks of how you inspire others to get involved. Because, many people talked about how you show up, and you certainly do show up. But, a lot of people in public life show up and then expect to be sort of the star of the show and expect the spotlight to be on them. The difference with you is that you show up and do the work. You were running for citywide office, and every single day you were here showing up for work. The day after that election, you were here showing up to do the work. When you go out into your community, when you go out into your community and you work with these organizations, you're not there to just hand out certificates or whatever. You're there working alongside of them. You formed the community posse to empower the people of your district to do this work with you. And in fact, it was such a good idea when I heard about it. I stole it, and I'm doing that in my district now, too, because I was inspired by your idea. And it's that commitment to working with the people, I think, that sets you apart. I'm surprised that no one mentioned today. And again, it's an example of Dennis's refusal to do a lot of self-aggrandizement. This city almost came apart at the seams when the San Fernando Valley was going to secede from the city. And it was in the aftermath of that the city undertook a charter reform effort. And the neighborhood council movement was born as an effort to give more voice to people and communities. It was Dennis Zine that helped lead that effort towards charter reform. In a very real respect, he is one of the fathers of neighborhood empowerment and the neighborhood council movement here. Now, he's not here bragging about that, but the truth is he's given voice to 95 communities around the city who now have neighborhood councils that are flourishing, in part because of the efforts that he made back then and continues to make in supporting neighborhood councils. The Z Awards, of course, have become a tradition in this town. That's not a celebration of Dennis Zine. That's a celebration of the men and women who are being honored because of their bravery and their service to this city. And then finally, the democracy by design. And this young woman who came up and spoke about how she was inspired to have a career in public service that she never would have dreamed of but for that program. I've never even heard of that program. If most of us had something like that, believe me, there'd be press releases going out about it all the time. I've served with Dennis now for a long time. I have never even heard that he had that program, and here it is, changing people's lives. And, you know, I think to me that speaks volumes about why you do this work, Dennis, and that's because I know of your deep commitment to serve the people. And your commitment is shown in how you pass that inspiration on to this young woman, but also how you've inspired Chris as well, who's here continuing your tradition of public service, doing an incredible job leading the Senior Lead program in North Hollywood. And we see in Chris the values that you've instilled in him of bringing people together, serving the community, and making a difference. And to me, you know, that again is a legacy that you can be very, very proud of. I'm really going to miss serving with you in this capacity, but I'm looking forward to serving with you, Dennis, in whatever it is that you're doing in the future. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm not even going to mention the length of Krikorian's remarks.
Well worth it.
There would be a rebellion. It was eloquent. Ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor and let's give Dennis Zine a standing ovation.
Thank you.
The clock is not on, Dennis.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. Council focus on quality of life issues and budget. Provide $10 million in tax relief for business. Add $44 million to the fire department to hire new paramedic and firefighters and purchase equipment. Set aside $71.6 million for employee raises. Provide $4.7 million to create neighborhood councils. Increase number of miles of streets that are resurfaced from 225 to 275. Increase slurry sealing to 200 miles of street and increase sidewalk repairs to more than 70 miles. May 22nd, 2001. May 22nd, 2001. The budget for 2001. General fund revenues will exceed $3 billion, largely due to a strong and growing economy. Unemployment is lower than it has been over a decade. Inflation remains moderate, and personal income is growing at a stronger rate than it has since the mid-'80s. Reserve funds, over $100 million in reserves, 3.3% of general fund revenues, highest level in city history. Tax relief, $10 million business tax relief, $10 million residential tax relief. This is from the budget summary 2001-2002. Folks, I have had the honor and the pleasure of serving the people of Los Angeles as an LA City Council member with many of you. And as we see term limits come and term limits force us out, we've made our mark to make this a better place, a better city for all. To my colleagues who are leaving, you will have your day in the spotlight. Yesterday it was Jan Perry. Today it was me. The colleagues that are leaving, we will have that day in the spotlight. And you reflect on the memories, you reflect on the connections, you reflect on the progress, you reflect on what you've accomplished. And when I see the group that is here, and remember these folks came from the San Fernando Valley, an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours to drive from the San Fernando Valley to get here. Cara Goldman from my staff, who will not drive on the freeway, took surface streets all the way from the West Valley to get here. She will not drive on the freeway. So she came all the way down surface streets, Highland, Beverly Boulevard, 1st Street. She was excited about the fact she's never been to City Hall before. So when I reflect on this, and I reflect on the accomplishments, I reflect on what we've done, and people talk about the city, good, bad, and different. This city has continued to survive because of leadership. Leadership that we've all participated in. The new council members that are here. And when I was a new council member, and we saw people leaving, you think, will I be in that spotlight someday? And if you're healthy, you'll be in that spotlight someday. And it comes so quick. That opportunity to serve the people and the aspects and make that impact on the community. It comes so quick. The staff members that are here, my former staff, chief of staff is even here. And we never got along, did we, Sharon? We hate each other, but we got work done. But I'd like to just say to my son Christopher, his lovely wife, and my son Eric, who's a pilot, who's unable to be here today, that when you can see accomplishments in your family, when you can see the success in your family, and you see a community that you served, and you see that on a day like today, it really brings it back to say, I've made an accomplishment. I've made a mark. I've made a dent in a society that I really cared so much about. A city of my birth. And as Tony Cardenas, who's now a member of Congress, and I used to reflect, we came from humble beginnings. Our dads were gardeners. When you come from humble beginnings and you can achieve some success, and you can achieve something that's beneficial, you have a tendency to want to give back. You want to help those folks to help them achieve. The student, that democracy by design, which was Ron Rubine's vision, who's a former school teacher, member of my staff, we need to educate the children. We need to give them a connection with something. And Democracy by Design has taken off very successfully. The Posse program that we've heard about. I said, we've got all these people in the community that frustrate, that concern. They see the graffiti, the abandoned cars, the trash, and they want someone to do it. And I said, it's like the sheriff in the old town. You got one sheriff, and you got Barney Fife. And you got desperados you got to collect, so you round up the posse. That was the vision of Posse. You round up the community, you say, you know what, we're going to band together, and we're going to take this community to do what we want to do with. That's the concept of Posse. To get them empowered, to let them know they can call Frank Bush at Building Safety, in the police department, the fire department, DOT. Empowering them. It's like I always reflect on the fire department. The firefighters get a call, they respond. The police department goes out and looks for criminal element, but the fact is we don't know where they are. But the community knows the problems. That's how Posse was developed. So when I look and reflect on the accomplishments, the success, 12 years has gone by in a blink. And I woke up this morning and said, where has 12 years gone by? The end of this month will complete 12 years on City Council. And during those 12 years, I have never been sick one day. Never been sick one day. When I was with the police department for 33 years, I had 3 sick days, never injured on duty, in 33 years of service. Because I came from a background where you make a commitment, you go forward with it. And I've had good health. The priests that are here, God bless you, 97-year-old Monsignor, celebrates Mass, 7 o'clock in the morning, 7 a.m., and I'm there assisting at that Sunday Mass at 7 a.m. Then I go to the Jewish temple and put on the kippah or the yarmulke, and like Paul said, they think I'm Jewish. But I am what I believe is what we need to be. We are representatives of the community. It doesn't matter what your religion, doesn't matter what your economic level. The fact is we're representative of the community, represent all people. The immigrants that come over, Jose Huizar, the Latino population that somehow feels disfranchised. Ed and I talked about the immigration. And I was so honored to leave immigration reform for the National League of Cities and go to the White House and go to Congress and testify how we can bring people on board. Every single one of us looks around and says, you know what? We're families of immigrants. My grandparents came over on a ship from Beirut, Lebanon. So I'm humble to that. Joe, who comes from Italy, speaks a little Italian, buono gusto, vino, the special words. But that's what we are. Paul Kokorian, Armenian. Tom Labange, born in Griffith Park. So, to my current and former staff members here today, please join me up at the podium. Former and current staff, come on up. These are the folks that answer the calls. These are the folks that took care of the people. Thank you. Now, when you see all these people, wow, what a huge staff. But some of them are former staff members. Even Tom Henry.
Vacation.
I'm very, very honored to have them here. Former staff members, current staff members that are here with me. Even Cindy. Cindy, I inherited her from Rudy Savornich.
Yes, you did.
In fact, Rudy called me yesterday afternoon, and Rudy said, I wanted to bid you the congratulations and to know that if you have any questions to call me. And we talked about you, and he wondered if you're still around. Cindy's been here 100 years, but she doesn't look 100 years, but she's been here 100 years. No, the current staff, former staff, thank you. Thank you for the support. I mean, every ship has a captain, but the captain can't run that ship without a crew, and what I look at is the crew that made it happen. So the comments today from the community leaders, and Nancy, where's Nancy? Nancy makes a mean lamb. She's a great, great cook. Nancy and Walt Sweeney, wonderful, wonderful friends, and all of you that are here, thank you. And to my colleagues for your comments, thank you. My son Christopher Zine, Sergeant Zine, LAPD. When I look at him in that uniform, and I look at that badge, 301, the badge that I wore, and I look at that name, Zine, it takes me back in time to when I was with the Los Angeles Police Department. And to see him and his success, it's a real honor. So over the past weeks, I've had a lot to reflect on. 12 years, 33 with the LAPD. Son of a gardener. Where was I going to go in life? What was I going to do? And my dad always said, get into civil service, you'll have a paycheck, you'll have medical insurance, you'll have an opportunity to move forward. And I followed the lead of my dad, who worked hard. And Sunday was a day. In those days, the gardeners would get the clippings, and Sunday they'd take them to the dump. And that's what we'd spend Sunday, taking the clippings to the dump over off the 10 freeway. So it's been an opportunity of a great family. God bless my mom and dad, who both passed away, but they're always close to my heart. And this honor to serve the people, to serve in the city council, to be the first Lebanese American to be elected to serve on the city council. And my uncle, Herb Weston, the first African American to be the president of the LA City Council, the first African American to be the president of the City Council. And I don't know why I call him Uncle Herb, but somehow he just reminds me of my Uncle Herb. Well, I never had an Uncle Herb, but he's my Uncle Herb. And the pledge that I made when I was first elected, and we posted this on every publication we did, I pledged to improve the quality of life in our district, ensure public safety, follow up on your concerns in a timely manner, keep you informed of issues in the district, attend your meetings and events, and put the community's priority first. That was our motto, that's what we live by, and that's what we delivered. So we worked hard, I worked hard, but it hasn't been something I didn't enjoy. As been mentioned, during the campaign for controller, I showed up every day. I'd go campaign afterwards, campaign at night, raise money, all that. And then the day that I lost that election, I said, you know what, I've got an obligation to show up for work the next day, and I did. And I was here, and I'll continue to be here, serving the people who elected me to public office. And along the way, I'm sure I've made some mistakes, but the fact is that's what happens in human life and nature. And we've tackled the responsibilities. I've given my heart and soul to make sure it's right. And the people outside government always like to complain about what we aren't doing right. Well, if we look around this room, we're doing what's right. We have a budget that's coming forward. We have a surplus where we're going to have a revenue fund. Thank you to Mr. Krikorian. Thank you to our budget committee. This city has continued to survive over 200 years. So the lasting memories will always remain with me. This today will remain with me. And we've all come a long way since 2001. And whatever we go into after this, there'll be opportunities, there'll be the blessings, there'll be the health. And I've been very, very blessed with good health. We've all made sacrifices with our families. We've made sacrifices ourselves, our personal lives. But when people put their vote and trust in you, then that's an honor that you have to respect, an honor that you have to follow. And I hope that I've done that to the best of my ability. So I want to thank the folks that came here from the San Fernando Valley. I want to thank my friends that are here. I want to thank my son Christopher, his wife. I want to thank Athena. Where is Athena? Well, you can come up here, Athena. Come on. Tim Malky, my Lebanese buddy. And my colleagues here in City Council and the staff, the council staff that's worked diligently to make sure that we continue to do what's right for the people of Los Angeles. The Sergeant at Arms, even Sergeant at Arms Johnson. The residents of Council District 3, it's been a pleasure, it's been an honor, it's been a desire to serve the best of our ability. You put your faith, you put your trust in me, and I hope I've delivered. And from the staff, many of these staff members are very dedicated. They didn't abandon ship when they knew that the end was coming. They've stayed with the ship and continued until the end. They didn't flee the ship. The former staff members that are moving on to other activities, some into the private sector, some into other city services, thank you for being here. And there's a lot of blessings that we have. The current staff that I have, Irma, Jose, Cara, Jeanette, City Hall staff. Where's Jimmy Blackman? Jimmy Blackman. I want to acknowledge Jimmy Blackman. Where is Jimmy?
He's right behind you, Dennis.
Jessica, Adrian, Brian, Bernard, Glenn, Doug, Leanne, Carlene. Carlene, the executive, we talk about being like a married couple, and we're always getting divorced. Carlene, the sweet lady who keeps my schedule. Maria and William, the man who takes the photos, does the graphic arts. So without the staff, it wouldn't happen. And if you're looking for quality staff, folks, I've got some quality people here who are going to be looking for jobs. They have not abandoned ship. They're looking for jobs. So I will thank you for the dedication to the staff and for sticking with me through this time up till the very end. And I look forward to the 1st of July when I'll wake up and say, what am I going to do today? Normally I wake up 4:45, walk around the neighborhood, go back, take a shower, drive that miserable hour and a half to get here from the West San Fernando Valley. I won't be doing that, but whatever the next chapter holds, I know that there'll be God's blessing to make sure that it's good for me and it's good for the community. So from the budget of 2001 that I mentioned, the budget now, we're in the mode of improving. We're improving the economy, but you've got dedicated members of the City Council that are here to support the people of this great city. And I brought this out of as we clean out the office, we brought this out, Dennis Zine for City Council. That was the campaign sign that we had way back when. This is 12 years ago.
And then I found also as we go through, and I would tell, and I was at Tom LaBonge's office recently, Tom, you got to start clearing it out. Because you start accumulating so much stuff. Tom has more stuff than a Beacon's van will hold. Well, no, but this is a photo that we found. There's Tom LaBonge, a young Tom LaBonge, a very young Tom LaBonge, Eric Garcetti, Janice Hahn, Nate Holden, Jimmy Hahn, who was the mayor, who's now a judge, and myself. I don't have the date on this, but it was a long time ago. And Tom, you look pretty handsome there. What happened to you? And Eric Garcetti didn't have any gray hair back then. But it's been beautiful serving the community in all the aspects. And I saw Mary Patterson here and other folks that did not speak, and the officers that are here from the LAPD, including the chief. I was surprised that he was here, very blessed to have served. I don't know what else to say except it's been a pleasure, it's been an honor, and I will never, ever forget. And one thing I've always said is that those libraries, those police stations we built, the fire station, the parks, when you see that name, and as you put your name on those buildings, people down the road, your grandkids will look at that and say, you know what? My granddaddy did something good for the city of Los Angeles, did something good for the people of Los Angeles, did something good for the district that elected him to serve. And as I fade into the sunset, Steve Morris here and I in August are going to be taking our Harleys, and we're going to be riding to South Dakota. We're taking a ride to Sturgis. And we're going to be taking our Harleys and heading to Sturgis, South Dakota, which is an experience of a lifetime. And then we'll come back and see what opportunities there are. But I'd like to close, if I could have Monsignors come up and give us a closing prayer. I know that there's a separation with church and state, but you know what? What are they going to do to me? Kick me out now? That we could have a final blessing, because God has blessed me. He's blessed us all. He's blessed this council. A closing prayer from our great Monsignors here from St. Bernardine. Juan, you better get up and pray too.
Let us bow our heads, folks. Generous God, we give you thanks for all you've given us. We thank you for Dennis Sign in particular today, but all the good people who are involved in the running of our city. May it continue to be a blessed and holy city under the angels and under you. We make this prayer in faith because you are our God forever and ever. Amen.
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 Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Los Angeles.
Thank you, Dennis. Dennis Sign.
Hey, take off your visors. There we go. Group photo, group photo. Squeeze in, photo.
Where are you now these days? No problem.
I need that help too. Boom, boom.
Okay, good deal.
Good job. These officers, get in here.
Okay, again, yeah, because that's one of my stops. Anyway, if Mr. Clerk, could you lump all of the ordinances together? We have 12 members, and I'd like for us to vote on them again.
Yes, sir. The ordinance is for reconsideration.
Yes, so first let's vote on reconsideration. Let's open the roll.
Mr. President, if I may, those would be items 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, and 24 through 31.
Okay, now we're going to vote on reconsideration of those items. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you. They are all approved. Oh, now we have to actually vote on the items. Thank you for reminding me. Now we're going to vote on the items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. President, if I may, item 33 was held on the desk. It is it has an ordinance attached to that as well, and there are no speakers cards on that matter.
Okay, so let's prepare to vote. Vote on 33. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, now we're going to move into other agenda items, and I just want to give my daily instructions as to the public comment. During general public comment, you can speak to anything that the city has a relationship with, anything. When it comes to these specific items, you have to speak on the item. If you go off the item, you forfeit your time. So I just wanted to go on the record and say that. And, oh, Mr. Krikorian, do you have an update on the closed session items?
Yes.
Well, you can let Mr. Reyes know what it is. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Items number 54 and 55 will need to be conducted in closed session. Items 53, 56, and 57 have all been considered by the Budget and Finance Committee, and we recommend approval by the Council of the recommendations contained in those matters. That can be done in open session unless members have questions. Chairman.
And Mr. President, if I may, those recommendations are as follows. For item 53, in the case entitled Maria Demetrio Ramon et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend $3.5 million in settlement. For item 56, in the case entitled Elizabeth Escalante versus Los Angeles Police Department Officer Adams, there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. And for item 57, in the case entitled Gary Grossman et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to approve the proposed settlement in the above entitled matter, providing for declaratory relief that during the class period, the bulky item fee presently codified in LA Municipal Code Section 66.41C was not applicable to condominium customers of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and that any such customers were charged improperly. The settlement also creates a claims process by which affected condominium customers can seek a refund for bulky item fees paid to the extent they have not previously been refunded by the city, and provides for a payment of a maximum of $50,000 in attorney's fees or 25% of claims paid, and provides a $2,500 incentive payment to plaintiff.
Okay, we do not have any cards on this item, so let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay. Next item.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 58. It was held for amending motion 58A. That has been submitted and is now before council for consideration.
So we start?
And Mr. President, this concerns the green bike lanes on Spring Street. We've had many discussions with a lot of stakeholders who are here today, and we've come up with a compromise. The amending motion with attached documents as to how we move forward has that, and I want to thank everyone who worked on this. I know there's downtown Los Angeles is under transformation, is changing, but we have a number of stakeholders that call downtown home, call downtown a place for economic development and a place where we work, live, and play. And so this, I think, reflects the future of downtown Los Angeles as we continue to compromise and make it a place for everyone to enjoy. So I want to thank everyone who participated in this effort. Thank you.
We do have two speakers on the queue. Councilor Rosendahl.
Very much, Jose, for what you did on that. It's great when we can get a compromise going, get the cycling community, get the entertainment industry, get everybody on the same wavelength. The concern about what color green and how the green goes and all that, to have those healthy discussions is fantastic. I congratulate you for it. And as chair of the committee, obviously, we enthusiastically endorse this. Thank you.
Councilor Labange.
I want to thank Mr. Huizar for his starring role in this. It's so important that we balance the needs. I've ridden the lane, and it's a challenge. I just want to know who's here from DOT. Where's DOT? They're out riding their bike. I guess they felt confident on that. We should transfer it to planning because they're here. But neither here nor there, you worked it out, which is key. And filming this is so important to all of us. In California, they're running away. We don't want them to run away. It's breaking up families. It's breaking up families because one member of the family's got to work in Atlanta or in New Orleans or somewhere, and we want them to work here in Los Angeles. And a rock's a rock, a tree's a tree. Go shoot it in Griffith Park. And if you need a New York scene, go down Spring. So thank you very much. And I do want to add one thing. I want LADOT, who's not here, to just come to let us know, because if we were putting every lane in the city green, I could understand it, but it's not. I want us to mark those consistently around as we expand and dynamic. I see Claire here, the dynamics of changing the streetscape, but do it right and proper. But Mr. Huizar, well, before Mr. Buscaino interrupts me, good job, Jose. You worked it out in your staff. It makes a difference to keep people working in L.A. Thank you.
Councilor Huizar?
Yeah, good. Thank you. I just want to give a big thank you again to the Transportation Committee. And Mr. Rosenthal, love you, man. Thank you for your support. You're a great chair of that committee. And Tom LaBonge, sorry to disturb you, but one more time. Where is the next LaBonge bike tour? It's somewhere in this city. Where's the next one?
Tonight in Sherman Oaks.
Tonight?
Yeah,
in Sherman
Fire
Oaks.
Station 88. We drive down Valley Vista, beautiful street. We went through your district. Beautiful district it is earlier, but it's nice to ride. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that does satisfy the speaker queue here. So let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, that passes. Next item.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 1 called Special for Cards.
Okay, we do have 2 cards on this item. Mr. John Walsh and Mr. Juan Alcala. Mr. John Walsh and Mr. Alcala.
Afternoon meeting. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is item 1. For identification purposes only, John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. This concerns a hearing protest relative to the lighting district at Sepulveda Boulevard. Now, we're 100% in favor of this. Check out the lighting in Hollywood, how much better it is than the rest of the city. That's because we fought for it. And we would like to say that we always like speaking in front of you, Mr. Reyes, President Pro Tem Reyes, always like speaking to you. Hollywood, in front of you, HollywoodHighlands.org.
Yes. Mr. Juan Alcala? You pass? Okay. So you pass, okay. So let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 2 called Special for Cards.
Okay. Item 2, we have John Walsh and Mr. Juan Alcala. Mr. Walsh passes. Mr. Juan Alcala. Item 2, assessment regarding Hope and 8th Street Lighting District.
Well, I already stepped up, so if I pass, you're going to take my minutes anyway. I'm only going to talk 1 minute. We should light up our lives and give a home to everyone.
Sir, again, you're not focused on the location of this assessment.
The location is Flower Street Lighting District, Figueroa and Flower.
Thank you.
See?
Thank you very much.
I'm talking about the location, but
Thank you, sir. It's about the assessment. Okay. Well, thank you. Let's open the roll. Let's close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item, Matt.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 41, called Special for Cards.
Item 41, Mr. Walsh. Item 41.
John Walsh, blogging at jwalsh.wordpress.com or at hollywoodhighlands.org. This is item 41. It concerns exemptions. I want to talk to people, everybody, including people, what does an exemption mean? 2 project assistant positions exemption. That means they're not civil service. That means the mayor can appoint them with no qualification. Now, if you go back to New York, Chicago, Miami, they have thousands of exemptions. The mayor gets to put in thousands of people. In this city, when it was started, there were no exemptions. Everybody had to get through civil service. Now we got 6 of them, 6 more. Under Antonio, he has built up the exemptions to hundreds of them. In other words, you don't get the job by being qualified. You get the job by being a friend of the mayor or one of these people. They're called exemptions. This one here is 2 project assistant positions. I remember when Alatorre got his girlfriend an exemption. That was the old days. Oh, he went to prison for it, but that's another story. These exemptions, and the LA Times, all of the Monica Lewinskys that work at the LA Times,
Sir, please.
HollywoodHighlands.org, they do nothing about doing a story.
Thank you very much. You're now off the subject. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Mr. Alcala?
I would like to get a job with Mr. Garcetti by exemption. I don't know.
This is about Department of Transportation, 2 project assistant positions. That is the subject matter.
I was talking about the transportation yesterday. I had diarrhea and there were no bathrooms.
Sir, thank you so much. You are now off the subject. You forfeited your time. Thank you. Seeing no one else on the queue, let's open the roll, close roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item. Let's go to public comment at this time. Mr. Koretz.
I'd just like to call item 41 forthwith.
Item 41 forthwith. Okay. Public comment. We have Rosie Rios.
Thank you so much. Thanks for standing in front of all the councilmen. And thank you, Jan Perry, for your district, all the wonderful work you did in the District 9 South Central. You're going to be very, very missed. But I know you're going to good and better things. Thank you so much. I'm here just to, this is all our volunteers. In District 9 in South Central Los Angeles, which has the highest homelessness and poverty-stricken in the nation. Yeah, I also want to thank Herb Wesson for the District 10, and you're doing a wonderful job in your district. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm here to represent the 9th District, which is South Central Los Angeles. We have a lot of people out there that's really, really hungry. Even the people that's working has little to eat. I've been working with the poor knowing the needed for over 50 years. And what I'm asking for is a soup kitchen in South Central Los Angeles. You know, downtown is one of the dangerous places for anybody to go and eat, especially the people in the community that have a lot of children. We have took the survey, and all this been signed. We got hundreds and hundreds of petitions that want this soup and cornbread kitchen in South Central Los Angeles. I talked to Curran Price just before he left, and he told me maybe he could talk to me tomorrow. But we can't do this by ourselves. We definitely need your help.
You got 8 seconds left.
Thank you.
No, thank you for coming down, and personally, I want to thank you for those kind words that you said about me, and I'll see you out and about in the city. Thank you. Thank you all for coming down.
Thank you. Now, can we get any help from anybody here? So I
think what we'll do is we'll see what happens with Curran first, and then we'll take it from there. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, members, we're going to go to item 34, I believe, which deals with the health department issue. We have Bill Fujioka here, the CAO of the County of Los Angeles, and our former CAO, and he'll be here to testify. Bill, I do have some public comment cards on the item, and I think I should ask those folks to come up first. So I have Yahig Kalishian from the CCA, Ruben Gonzalez from the Chamber, and Genevieve Carvel. If the three of you would please make your way to the center aisle. Whoever gets there first will speak first. Sergeant, can we please
with AIDS Healthcare Foundation. Hello, everyone.
Wait, what's your name, ma'am?
Mickey Jackson.
Mickey, I didn't call you yet.
Oh, well, Genevieve told me.
But you're already there. I'll let it slide on this time.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Genevieve told me to go first, so you know.
Well,
anyway,
you know she's in charge. So.
I do,
yeah.
Herb, I do. Anyway, we wanted to ask you to please put this on the ballot. We know you adopted the last thing that we put forth on condoms, and voted on it yesterday. But we really want this to have a wide and deep dialogue. We don't think public health has been given its due. We don't think it is doing for us what needs to be done. We are not prepared should there be a major public health emergency. We haven't dealt with syphilis. Syphilis has increased by a greater majority in Los Angeles than it has in countries under the Soviet Union, and they consider it an emergency that it has in their countries. We have had a meningitis outbreak. We have many serious public health issues in this city and in this county, and the city, we do not feel we are getting enough attention, and we're not doing the best we can do. I think we can do better on public health than is being done now. I definitely, and AHF, we want a vigorous dialogue. We're going to launch a series of hearings on this. We want a lot of conversation about public health, so please put this on the ballot.
Thank you.
Good morning,
yes.
Good afternoon, I should say, Dr. Genevieve Clavrol. I am totally opposed to the separation of public health from LA County. I feel that, especially right now, we're going to be implementing, ACA and Obamacare to do two different projects at the same time, which destabilize the public health system in California, and especially in Los Angeles County. I feel the numbers which has been advertised to be able to make the transition in 120 days is absurd. It's impossible to do that kind of thing. I think the financial impact will be phenomenal. I think a lot, especially the poor population, will be much more affected. So I really urge you to really look at the facts, the figure, and I do not support that separation. I think, we tried it in the past, it did not work. So please do it right, and I'd be more than glad to come back and come with you with some figure. I was very involved earlier on when they merged back together. I worked very closely with Dr. Shirley Fannon, who was very involved in that issue, and she's totally also opposed to that. And I think anybody that you talk to who are in a public health sector, and I mean the big P versus a little p, which a lot of people don't know the difference, that's really what you have to think about. So please do your homework. Thank you.
Okay, Ruben, come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council. My name is Ruben Gonzalez. I'm here on behalf of the LA Area Chamber of Commerce, representing 1,600 businesses employing over 700,000 individuals. I come here to speak out against the creation of a city health department. When we have significant priorities that we are having trouble meeting here in the city, ones that impact our daily lives, public safety, recreation and parks, streets, on and on and on and on, and we're looking to be forced to waste hundreds of millions of dollars creating a department that at best is duplicative of the county's health department, it's absurd. Now, when the real reason for us being pushed to do this is simply because a single entity disagrees with the policy direction of the county's health department, that's simply wrong. We oppose it. We understand this council may have no other option other than to put it on the ballot, but please understand that the business community not only opposes it today, but we will oppose it on the ballot as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruben. Okay, Mr. Collegian, and following Mr. Collegian will be James Johnson, Jay Handel, and John Walsh. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Yair Kashishian with the Central City Association of Los Angeles, representing our 350 business members employing more than 400,000 individuals throughout the LA region. We're opposed to the creation of a new city health department. It is neither in the city's public interest nor its economic interest to fund a city health department. The negative impact on our general fund, estimated at over $260 million in the first year of operations, will result in a drastic reduction in existing city services, and it will likely result in increased fees and taxes down the line. Furthermore, a newly established city health department will not adequately serve our city's public health needs. Instead, it will only duplicate existing efforts by the County Department of Public Health, which since the 1960s has provided specialized public health services for residents of the city of Los Angeles. Not to mention that this newly proposed city health department would also hinder us from coordinating regionally with the other 87 cities within our county to respond to public health challenges, which, as we all know, are not constrained by city boundaries. We simply cannot afford to venture down this path. As indicated in the CAO's report, we are likely to face operational and potential health challenges, both in terms of addressing our city's public health needs in an effective manner and also in wasteful duplication of public resources if we create a city health department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's get James Johnson, Jay Handel, and John Walsh. Please come forward. Good to see you, James.
Good to see you, Brother Council President, members of the Council. James Johnson, representing SEIU Local 721. SEIU Local 721, in some form or fashion, since the health department was merged from the city into the county in 1964. So for close to 50 years, we've represented these employees, as well as almost 20,000 county employees who work for the Department of Health Services, and obviously the 10,000 or so city workers that we represent. We're obviously opposed to the formation of a city health department. The reality at the end of the day is that this makes no sense. I think that it's a travesty to take arguably one of the largest counties in the world and say that we're going to put an initiative on the ballot to transform something that's been working, from the best that we can tell, for almost the last 50 years. Is crazy. The reality at the end of the day is we need to be about the business of doing what we need to do here in the city, improve services here in the city of Los Angeles. The commitment that you all have to make sure that we have quality public services would be decimated if this thing got on the ballot and passed. All you have to do, and we don't always agree with Miguel Santana, but I got to tell you, this report that this man and his staff put together is excellent. It deals with the intended and unintended consequences of what were to happen if this were to pass. So for those reasons that are frankly articulated here, and I would instruct all that care about this issue and what it has to foretell for all of us to read the report. We look forward to a vigorous debate to discuss and deal with this issue, and we look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, followed by Jay Handel, followed by Jaime Garcia.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, and today speaking officially for Jay Walsh Confidential, which is separate from HollywoodHighlands.org. You got option A and option B. Submit the ordinance to an election. Okay, that's it. Forget about option A. Now, what they don't want to tell you is, if you read the agenda, they've been talking to the legal counsel, and the legal counsel, as it says here, says, pursuant to government code, to confer with legal counsel in order to discuss whether to initiate litigation relative to the above matter. What litigation? Now, I'm not here to support this measure about creating a city board of health. We don't have enough information. But I want to know what you are talking about suing. And I'm sure you'll hire another big law firm and give them a couple of $100,000 to sue AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and it'll go on and on and on. Now, they got their signatures fair and square, and they deserve to be answered. Everything they say deserves an answer. Here you say it's going to cost us $261 million and $250 million a year. I don't know. I think that the county health department does a pretty good job. I don't know. I've never had to use it. I have personal health insurance. But I don't know what's going on here, and I want to know, and I don't want you going into that back room now and talking about this. You got anything to say it now. HollywoodHighlands.org for what's really going on in the city. There's no place else except HollywoodHighlands.org to find out.
Thank you. Okay, Jay Handel, Jaime Garcia, Arnold Sachs.
Yes, good afternoon. Jay Handel, co-chair of the Budget Advocates. I have to say this would be a huge mistake right now. With our fiscal issues the way they are, with us attempting to try and get services brought back to where they were, and the suffering that a lot of our communities have on issues of street paving, tree trimming, the like, adding more debt at this point is a huge fiscal mistake. And quite frankly, being a restaurant owner, being someone who deals with food trucks in my district, being someone who deals with other health issues throughout my district, the county's done a hell of a job. And I just don't see trying to reinvent that wheel. And maybe if there's a parochial issue from a particular group that's having an issue with the health department, maybe the city can help facilitate a dialogue with the county to try and mitigate whatever their problem happens to be. But I can tell you, having had restaurants in Pasadena, Culver City, Los Angeles, the county does one hell of a job protecting the people in the county. And again, from a fiscal point of view, Mr. President and council members, it would be irresponsible right now to take on hundreds of millions of dollars in debt for something that is not a critical issue at this point, something that could probably be worked out separately. So I would certainly urge you, in the words of Mr. Walsh, who I just tend to end up being behind most of the time, when he says, I want an answer, I think the answer should just be no and move on. And if they want to get it on the ballot, let them submit it and let them get it on the ballot, and then let the dialogue begin. But this city should not be trying to waste any more money or trying to create any more debt that we can't recoup through revenue. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garcia, followed by Arnold Sachs, followed by Juan Acala. Go, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the City Council. My name is Jaime Garcia with the Hospital Association of Southern California. On June 5th, our Los Angeles hospital leadership team voted to oppose this measure. And I'm here this morning to let you know that this initiative undermines the deployment and coordination of resources that currently exist in the areas of lab testing, disease control, surveillance, among others. An attempt to replicate a sophisticated, specialized operation within 120 days is highly unrealistic and would be a disservice to the residents of this city. Second, a new public health department is a costly option, and according to CAO, an estimated operating budget would be of approximately $333 million annually. This does not appear to include the procurement of property, as well as equipment and supplies that would be needed to fulfill the mandated services of a public health department. And it's very clear that the fees alone will not adequately fund this department, thus requiring the general fund to backfill. In closing, one of the tenets of the Affordable Care Act is to reduce costs through coordination in order to address waste and duplication. This is important when we talk about the breadth and scope of services that the LA County Public Health Department provides to healthcare providers and residents alike. This initiative runs counter to the ACA, and this is simply bad policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Arnold Sachs. I don't see Mr. Sachs. So, Mr. Juan Acala.
All this thing about health, I didn't quite understand that. We had obese people telling us to be healthy, and then people in the chamber are eating cake. Oh, let's be healthy, let's eat cake.
Okay, what we're going that was the last public comment card on this item. Now, Mr. Huizar, we're going to lose a quorum, so I'm going to jump back or jump forward to item 35, and I request that you make this as quick as possible so that we can get the votes necessary to move this along. So what I would like to do, the public comment on this will be 1 minute, and it's my understanding you've designated 3 individuals. Okay, let's start out.
Mr. President, it's actually 17 and 35. We could take both of those together.
Okay, so they'll be combined.
Yep. So we could have the public speakers, and then I'll provide some quick comments, and we could close this up.
Okay, do you know who these people are? Or they've been identified?
Frank Lopez.
Let me hear you, sir.
You have our cards.
Okay, identify yourself.
Leonardo Vilchis from Unión de Vecinos.
You were first.
And real quick, this has been a community process where local residents have done ground truthing, have worked with local businesses and highly qualified research academics to develop green zones throughout their community. I would just like to ask them to stand. Toda la gente que apoya esta iniciativa, por favor, se paran.
Please stand.
And we've been working for the last 4 years, coming together with the local businesses and all the community to identify the best ways to improve the quality of life for the highly impacted green zones in Boyle Heights, Pacoima, and Wilmington. And basically, we're asking the City Council to support this initiative. It has a lot of collaboration, research that has been provided by us, and also it's going to bring with it $100,000 from Liberty Hill Foundation that are going to help to develop this program. So we just want your support, and we thank Councilman Wizard for introducing this initiative. Thank you.
Okay. Are you Mr. Lopez by chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Frank Lopez, and I'm here today on behalf of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm also speaking on behalf of other business associations, VICA, California Small Business Alliance, BizFed, and the Printing Association. The Chamber supports programs that help existing and new businesses comply with environmental regulations. We believe there are certain elements included in this program that would help achieve that objective, such as helping businesses identify resources available to help them upgrade their facilities. However, we believe that businesses here are some of the most heavily regulated in the country, and we feel that a local fee-based inspection and enforcement program and the development of new performance and building standards can impose unwarranted costs on businesses already in compliance with existing regulations. We also feel that it would discourage investment and job creation in the 3 targeted communities. That being said, we want to thank Councilman Huizar and his staff for including in the program a stakeholders working group that we hope will include fair representation from the business community and that will provide input at all phases of the program's development.
Thank you. And guys, please sit down. You can sit down now, unless you just want to stand up. Hi, if you could come and identify yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Michelle Pritchard, and I am with the Liberty Hill Foundation here in Los Angeles. Liberty Hill and other state and national foundations are strong supporters of the Clean Up, Green Up policy, as well as its sponsoring community organizations, which are Communities for a Better Environment, the Coalition for a Safe Environment, Pacoima Beautiful, and Unión de Vecinos. We are compelled by the convincing research and scientific basis for this work, pioneered by Professor James Sadd at Occidental College and Manuel Pastor at USC. This program started more than 10 years ago when these community organizations and academic partners began documenting the overconcentration of polluting uses next to homes, schools, parks, and health clinics. Liberty Hill, the California Endowment, the California Wellness Foundation, the Kresge Foundation have all made ongoing investments to continue this work and to address the serious environmental health problems faced by these neighborhoods. So, we support the amendment that you'll hear soon from Councilman Huizar to establish a stakeholder process with resident and business participation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Dude, you're out of time. Mr. Walsh is out of town, and Mr. Dude has 1 minute. No, 2. But we're doing 1 minute on this item, so come on with your 1 minute.
Line Youth of Boyle Heights, yeah, I was there the other day. I was looking for a salsa festival. I never found it. But I really don't have much to say about this other than the city should deregulate everything that has to do with property. We don't need your red tape.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Huizar, if you could please close.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, everybody who came out today to speak. And this has been a long process. We want to thank you for your idea in bringing this forward, for your support. And colleagues, this is a policy framework that will build upon the city's ability to regulate land use and uses incentives to help clean up our environment and work with local businesses to make that possible. This program would apply its targeted model in 3 areas, Boyle Heights, Pacoima in Mr. Alarcon's district, and Wilmington in Ms. Mr. Buscaino's district. And from there, after we do this, we can evaluate and improve the program and consider if it has citywide application. We are committed to provide a balanced approach that provides protections for residents and also incentives for businesses, as I mentioned. And we want to see better coordination among regulators such that it is easier for businesses to follow the law and clean up their operations. Businesses want certainty about the regulations they are supposed to follow in order to plan the investments they need to make. At the same time, businesses who don't want to play by the rules must assume the financial risk. But this is something that proposes coordination and partnership as we move forward. It's a creative way in making sure we have cleaner air, and hopefully we'll learn a lot from this so that we could not only use land use regulations in moving forward, but we also work coordination with the number of businesses in the area. I want to thank also the $100,000. We received $100,000, and to do this as well, we should leverage our funding from the city to make that possible. So thank you so much, and I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
And Mr. President, if I may, before
Yes.
Council for its consideration is amending motion 17A. That's motion Huizar Buscaino. It's been circulated and is now before Council.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on that item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Clerk, I neglected to close public comment on item 34. So on item 34, public comment is now officially closed. If I could now ask, do we go straight into closed session now to discuss the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so everyone for the time being has to leave the council chambers because this council is about to embark upon a closed session discussion, and members of the public are not allowed at our closed session item. So if you could please clear the council chambers. Sergeants, please clear the council chambers and make sure that anyone that's here has to be here. Okay, Mr. Walsh, you're disrupting. You have a question, ask the sergeant, and don't blurt out. Okay, let's go into closed session.
never had a traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 KF 5060, watch 3.
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We have found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and we up to no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you, and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Grill Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they're here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
The average adult spends more than 8 hours in front of a screen each day. Children spend up to 4 hours. Studies show that sedentary lifestyles put you at risk for disease, even at an early age. But a healthy lifestyle is just a click away. Los Angeles Recreation and Parks provides over 16,000 acres of parkland with parks and lakes, swimming pools, golf courses, skate parks, and dog parks, and more than 180 community recreation centers. A healthy lifestyle is just a click away. laparks.org.
just takes 1 cup.
Every year, thousands of children in our community drop out of school, they quit on their families, they give up on themselves. But together we can change that.
By sponsoring your child for the cost of 1 cup of coffee a week, you can provide a child with a mentor, a place to play,
and a safe haven like Hollenbeck Power.
With 1 cup, I can play soccer after school.
With 1 cup, it helped me get here to college, preparing for my future.
It just takes a moment to change a child's life. Go to onecup.org and make a difference today.
Mr. Fujioka, yeah, but I thought we did that announcement in open session. Okay, Mr. Fujioka, thank you so very much for waiting. I probably should not have went to this item. Anyway, I could have done it a better way, so I do appreciate the wait. City Attorney, you have announcements? Or the clerk?
Yes, sir. For item 54,
Labange.
In the case entitled Maggie Carranza and Emma Hernandez versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend $4.2 million in settlement.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
And for item 55, there is a recommendation to continue that matter to Tuesday, June 25.
Okay. Now, without objection, if I could have Bill and his team from the county please come forward, and we really want to. Why are you waving at me? Okay.
On this item, in closed session, Council voted 9-1 with Mr. Rosendahl voting no, with Alarcon, Englander, Garcetti, and Reyes absent, to direct the City Attorney to initiate litigation in relation to this matter.
Thank you very much. Could I have the County Administrative Officer, Mr. Fujioka, address the Council on this issue?
Thank you very much. Bill Fujioka, and I'm joined by
Anna Long, Chief of Staff, Department of Public Health.
My principal reason for coming here is not to make or to repeat what I said last time. I wanted to be here to answer any questions you had, but yet I'll still make a couple of quick comments. You'll have individuals come to you to say, don't listen to the county. The county's just trying to keep its, for lack of a better term, its empire. This isn't about empire, folks. It's about the delivery of quality public health services. They'll also say, well, we can look down the street in Long Beach or look over in Pasadena, and they have their own health departments that are extremely effective. But what they'll neglect to say is that those health departments do not offer the full scope of services we do. It doesn't have the comprehensive lab we do. It doesn't handle the health facility surveys that we do, nor the substance abuse or the radiation services. But most importantly, if this leads to the creation of more public health departments in this area, in this region, you will see a degradation of the quality of services, because the coordination, having a single, I think, focused or a single entity that's handling the principal responsibilities of public health for the entire region is critical, because the interaction we have on a regular basis with other healthcare providers, with the schools, with community organizations, is absolutely paramount. If you have multiple public health officers at a time of crisis, during an emergency situation or an epidemic of sorts, you don't want mixed messages going across your county. You want a single voice and a single point that's coordinating this effort. Your CAO or your CAO staff will speak to the financial impact. You cannot create this department in 120 days. It's impossible. You won't be able to find that same workforce. And they'll say, sure you can, because the county will lay people off. Well, guess what? We're going to lay off the folks. You know how the layoff process goes. It's the least senior individuals. It's those that we have now that we're training. We will not be laying off our most experienced staff. They will stay with the county because of their seniority. You will get primarily a very young workforce that doesn't have the experience and knowledge that our workforce has. But to say that you can't even you do it in 120 days, and you have to contract back with the county. You cannot contract back with the county. Why is that? What's the business reason for that provision in this initiative? There is no solid, logical business reason for that. There are personal reasons for it, but to let a personal reason impact the quality of a program like public health, to get in that, to look at, to impact it, is absurd, folks. But I'm here to answer any questions you have. I know you have some questions, but I'll stop my presentation there. I think, for myself, I lived in this, I was with you as your CAO for a long time. I know the financial impact. I'm now the county CEO. I understand the operational impact. Most importantly, 10 years of my life was in healthcare. I'm a healthcare guy. I would ask you, even though the financial impact is enormous for you, think about the healthcare impact. That's what you should be focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Corrett.
I sure am focused on the health issue from the obvious standpoint of my cancer situation here, where I need quality health care just to live. And now that I have cancer, it's a chronic, hopefully manageable disease, but I need the services that come in that package, in that program. So I appreciate what you just said, Bill. And I also want to thank you for your service to our great city. And I've had the pleasure of working with you as a council member when you were here with us before you went to the county. And you're a true public servant, so I just want you to know that. But my problem, and the reason I voted no, is because I don't know enough about if it's better or not better, does it complement or not complement, contracting out or not contracting out. I obviously want first-class quality health care. And when I heard the Pasadena and Long Beach, I don't know the details, but if they were in their mind able to pull what they wanted and then contract back, but stay in control, I guess is what Pasadena and Long Beach are looking at. That is sort of the questions I have that I don't have enough answers for. And I certainly don't agree we can get this done in 120 days. I mean, I don't care what they're saying. That's crazy because the process is going to require more time. So I want to go on the record and just say that. But Bill, what's wrong with exploring the opportunity of maybe the city providing better quality health care, complementing it with what Pasadena and Long Beach have been doing? That's my question.
I understand that. The one thing that I think is almost the obvious, to compare Pasadena with LA City, it's a size and scope issue.
Right.
It's just there. You drew a parallel with your own personal health care issue. If you had, if you went to a small, if I can say that, kind of a small private practice that provide your care, instead of went to an organization, I don't know who's taking care of you. I think it's a very large organization, and with it brings resources that have a direct correlation on the quality of your care, on the timeliness of your care. Yeah. That's what LA County is all about. Yeah. But it's, if you say, well, we can do something probably better because we can do it ourselves, well, you won't do it in 120 days. You won't do it, I think, you won't do it in 6 months. It's questionable whether or not you can have a fully functional department up in a year. Yeah. Disease doesn't wait.
No, you're right. Bill,
it just doesn't wait. What we do on a health surveillance issue, yeah. What we do in looking at diseases and especially in the communicable disease area, that doesn't wait. That doesn't say, we'll take a recess while the city's getting its act together.
Yeah, right.
But is it a bunch of small departments better than one large one?
Yeah.
I would submit it's not.
Yeah, I don't agree or disagree. I just don't know enough about it. But a group called Mobile Medical sends doctors and technicians to the home, and they use both Medicare and Medicaid, and they cover everything. And it's a good operation that people should know more about. Because go to visit a doctor ain't that much fun if you got problems like me. It's
I understand.
hard to move around. So they come to the home. So Mobile Medical is one of these groups, and we've had them here before the council so people could know about their existence. But my concern is the timing. 120 days, we couldn't do it. But I'd like to know enough about it to know if I can intelligently support something or not. I don't know enough now to either be for the split up or for leaving it together. That's my problem. Any advice from me on that one?
The treating an individual, it's say if a person has, I'll go back to communicable disease, you can treat someone providing that personalized service. What's even more important though is the surveillance, is what our epidemiologists do, right? Because that's what's important, because you have the individual, but then we go to the individual and we say, please share with us your contacts so we can stop the spread. That's what the large organization does. And that, I said before and I came last time, a disease knows no boundaries. And so the treatment is one thing, because they can come to your house and give you that shot or provide you the medication. That's not what public health is really all about. The treatment's a very small aspect. It's the spread of that disease, the spread of the what's the spread that we're trying to stop. That's what a large organization can do, I think, better.
Thank you.
With your limited resources,
right.
I know your budget as well as anyone. It's been 6 years, though, since I've been your budget manager, but I know it pretty well. And today, do you have those resources that could otherwise be used for your other critical needs? Well, I'd say you don't. And why? It's not necessary. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go right now to Mr. Koretz.
Yes, it was said earlier that we have 40% of the county's population, but we don't receive 40% of the services or dollars. Is this true? And if so, why not?
Well, it's real interesting when people throw numbers like that. And I would like to see the numbers and how they were able to quantify the 40%. When you look at, I go back to the surveillance issues and what our epidemiologists do. How do you quantify that? How do you look at something and say, okay, you've talked to X number of people, here's where they lived, it's obviously only LA City. But yet that disease in the contact, when we deal with TB and TB outbreaks, we don't stop at borders and we don't start counting them. What we do, we had an outbreak several years ago at one of our high schools. We went in there and treated everyone. But if I can, sir.
I don't disagree with the fact that...
Let me finish one point. Because
this is on my time, so...
okay.
I recognize that diseases cross borders and that it doesn't always quantify so neatly. But overall, I want to know. They threw out numbers, but you guys should have these numbers at your fingertips. What's the percentage that is spent on LA residents, 40% of the population? What do you typically spend year to year? What kind of services, what percentage of services do you typically provide year to year? Not relating to a particular outbreak of a particular disease, but just year to year. Do we get a good deal? Do we not get a good deal in terms of getting our fair share?
In straight bodies, 46% of our clinic visits are from individuals who live in the city of Los Angeles. But even more important, this is the point I wanted to make with all due respect, even more important, those individuals, if they're not properly treated and they have a communicable disease, will go back into your city and spread that disease, and that's what's not counted. So when they just do numbers, they look at people who walk in your clinics and say, I didn't count the number. What they're not counting is the impact if it's not treated properly. And that's what, and they're misleading you. And I think that's a gross misrepresentation.
Well, what you're saying, though, is actually very positive in favor of your argument. If we're 40% of the population and 46% of the people that are being treated, I mean, that's a pretty good answer to what I'm asking.
Well, It's an answer to the treatment, but it's not an answer to disease control. Disease control is more important. Like I said, you can count that person you've taken care of. What they're not counting is the impact that person can have in the whole community, and that's what's important.
So based on that, I presume you'd say that Pasadena and Long Beach having their own departments is unhelpful in that regard.
No, what I also mentioned is that with Pasadena and Long Beach, do not provide the full scope of services that LA County does. They don't have the same type and quality of lab that we have, and so that's a key factor. And again, I think in very simple terms, you cannot compare Pasadena to the city of LA, nor can you compare even Long Beach with the city of LA because of the diversity of not only the geographic diversity, but also the population.
So presumably the argument would be that not only do we not coordinate as well in the case of a major outbreak of anything, but they actually are providing fewer services than we're getting now from the county, which I assume the argument to go for a private health department of our own is that we would get more and better services, and it doesn't sound like that would be very likely.
My position is that you wouldn't.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Just a few remarks and some research. Pasadena Health, 120 years old. Long Beach, 1906. Remember, I talked about the Lakewood Plan, consolidation of county services to municipalities. Our City Hall South was the health building for Los Angeles, wanted a health department. We had hospitals. We thought to consolidate. It does make sense. Our CAO and the staff from the county. What we should do, if we want to do anything improvement, is have our deputies work a little closer with the county to make sure it's happening in our districts. But to create a new department for the city would not be right. I accept the city attorney's advice to proceed in that fashion, and I wanted to get those facts out. And Sharon, I'm going to give some information to the CLA so you can share it all with you. It's a fascinating history, but there's a reason why we count on the County of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm waiting for the city attorney. Yes.
A motion is required to choose option A or option B.
Mr. Krikorian, little guidance.
Didn't we vote?
But I think we have to vote again.
Just to review, in closed session, council voted to direct the city attorney to proceed or to initiate litigation. That's separate action that needs to be taken besides whether to choose option A.
So this is a different this is part 2 of the closed session. So anyway, no more speakers on the queue.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. Labange made a motion, and Bill seconds it. So let's open the roll. Close, and we're voting on option B. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Where are we now, Mr. City Attorney?
Mr. President, if I may, that item will go over 1 week for a second read.
Okay.
The ordinance will. The resolutions were approved.
Okay, George Abrahams. Now we're going back to general public comment. John Walsh. Stanley Huffman. Please, sir.
The U.S. Geological Survey, the California Geological Survey, 2 studies, Crooker and Proctor, 1992, Dolan and others, 1997, all say the same thing.
The city attorney is asking that you lower the sign a little bit. You're blocking the view. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. They all say the same thing. The southern strand of the Hollywood Fault is located directly under both the east and west Millennium properties. As you can see, it starts at Grace and goes over to Vista Del Mar. Okay. Here's the Crook and Proctor study. It shows the same thing. The SCARP at Grace and the SCARP at the little church goes directly underneath the Millennium. The Dolan study, same thing. The western Millennium, the eastern Millennium.
Just for the record, this was an item that was on the agenda and was continued.
But I filled out cards for those items, and I was never called.
That's because I would imagine that public hearing was already held. Is that why?
Okay, well, if it's...
Oh, no, the item was continued.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll let you finish.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, only the Millennium's own geology study claimed without any substantiation that the fault was 0.4 miles away. They only used the word reportedly. Also, also they had another material fraud. The city's geological fault rupture study zone, they located with their property outside of that study zone. Also,
Lower the
they
sign.
had what?
Lower the sign.
Okay. I think I lost a lot of time on.
Sorry about that. Okay, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Labange, before we lose a quorum.
Just these kids are here, Herb.
I understand.
Okay.
So,
Welcome this great class. What's the name of the class?
4th grade.
4th grade. What school?
Yavne.
Yavne Elementary School. Give them a big hand. Welcome to City Hall.
welcome, young people. Mr. Walsh, followed by Stanley Hoffman, followed by Arnold Sachs.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. I hope you saw what happened today. In closed session, they voted to pay out $4,200,000 to the two middle-aged Hispanic women who were in the truck delivering the LA Times in a suburb of Los Angeles, who were shot up, one of whom, Margie Carranza, was almost killed by LAPD gunmen who they were mistaken for being Dorner. They thought they were the Mr. Dorner who was on the prowl. $4.1 million. And have any of those officers been in any way disciplined for shooting down two Hispanic women? The answer is no. I want the whole world to realize, come to LA, join the LAPD, shoot as many Hispanic people as you want, and the city council will pay for it. And try to keep it out of the newspaper. Woman stabbed in Hollywood while photographing transients identified. We are now asking, that was in front of the Oscar cast. We want a $1 million reward for the arrest and capture and conviction of these two men who stabbed this woman to death. I want everybody in America to know, come to Hollywood, visit the Hollywood Walk of Fame, get stabbed to death, and no one will pay any attention unless somebody like me gets up and speaks. Now, they say they have two suspects. These people didn't listen to me. These two tourists stabbed to death in front of the Hollywood Highlands Theater. That's what happens when you come to Hollywood, the Eric Garcetti Hollywood, HollywoodHighlands.org.
Okay. Stanley Hoffman, Arnold Sachs, Henry Marine, Brian Barajas, Juan Acala.
Yes, good morning. This is the Juneteenth. This is a reminder that if you can't read and write and count for your own self, ain't nobody going to tell you your rights. And I've been praying for y'all to stop preying on us. city attorney advised you that sheltering money from the pay of others and me, as described by the CAO, is illegal. But you continue to do it. Now, I'm trying to save you from being discredited. You're discrediting us, denying us credit for redoing this city with CRA funds, FEMA funds, and all other funds that came into town under prevailing wage laws. But in the State of the Union, it's a felony to make material misrepresentations to deny workers government authorized benefits. It's against the law to hold a worker in a temporary position past 1,000 hours. But we got all these cops here that can't count past 999. So the difference between parity is disparity. And you're guilty of it. Now, you got 7 working days to turn this thing around, or you will be forever known as discriminating, just like little Hitler's, making everybody believe you can do what you want.
Okay, Brian Barajas, Juan Acala, Stanley Hoffman.
Hi. Now, I think, I like talking about history. It's a lot of fun. If you look at the Massachusetts Bay Colony during early, mid, late of the 17th century, you look at the Dutch Empire of all that, like Willem and Orange just destroying the charter of the first American colonies. So you look at the fact that the British Empire, the Dutch Empire, but in general empire as such, you look at the number one thing that they love to do, kill. And the way they do that, they do it in a number of ways. They take over the finances, like FDR did with Glass-Steagall. It basically, said, all right, empire, all right, Winston Churchill, forget you, forget your empire, we're going to develop Africa and everything else. That's leadership. Well, yeah, FDR kicked butt. That's cool. But then the American Revolution came by, and it's happening today. And you think of the role of individuals who know this is happening in order to prevent thermonuclear World War III, famine, everything that's happening right now. And you realize the responsibility of the individual. It's now at a higher standpoint more than before. The role of the citizen of the United States has now come to the forefront. Either we destroy, obliterate this freak show called Obama, or we will suffer the consequences and the extinction that should never happen before God.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Acala.
See, Mr. Barajas wears normal clothes like you all do. You don't really listen to him. Why should I wear normal clothes like you? You're just a bunch of monkeys following one another. Monkey see, monkey do, monkey see, monkey do, monkey see. But you don't get anything done. All the streets that I ride my bike on are all broken up, even worse than 5 years ago. Le Bon went to the wall of Berlin saying, we got freedom now. I got a little chunk of the wall of Berlin. How many places have you traveled since then, Le Bon? A lot of places. It's a cushy life. I was looking at your pictures outside. You all have pretty teeth. Go around the homeless population, they all have lousy teeth. And you're talking about health services. It's more like health services. When you go to White Memorial, you wait there for 3 days before a nurse even looks at you. And you're telling us that health services should be in one place. BS. I used to go to those places, but I learned that if I didn't yell loud enough, I was not taken care of. So I went in there acting really crazy, and they took me right in and took care of me. But you see, we have to shout it out loud and clear. You are doing us all wrong. We don't need your stupid parking meters. We don't need all those ways that you use to take our money and keep us slaves to a real estate system that has been in place since the time of the Romans. We need a real estate system that will liberate everybody to a little location that can be traded.
Thank you. Okay, that ends. Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, just a short announcement to avoid any confusion later. Prior to going into closed session, a lot of people maybe assume certain people would be in closed session. However, for item number 34, Mr. Fujioka and non-city staff were not present in that closed session.
Thank you. Okay, that ends general public comment. Mr. Clerk, what's before us?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
They are posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Okay, next that brings us to announcements. I have an announcement on Thursday, tomorrow. I have an appreciation luncheon to all city employees, regardless of what department you work for. It's from noon to 2. I will be there serving you and looking forward to seeing you. Generally, a fun time is had by all, and employees are invited to come to the district office that's located on Western between Venice and Washington. Any other announcements? Mr. Huizar.
Mr. President, the regularly scheduled 2 o'clock Energy and Environment Committee will start at 2:15 today instead of 2 o'clock.
Other announcements?
Sir. Quickly go.
Oh, Mr. Joe Buscaino.
Best of luck to our UCLA Bruins baseball team. College World Series off to the semifinal round. Go Bruins.
Go Bruins. Okay, no more announcements. Can we rise for adjourning? Motions, everybody in the council, the young ladies in the back, everybody stands during this period. Mr. Koretz, adjourning motions. Seeing none, this council is adjourned.